Okay, we are doing really well with our lives. So, I'm back on. This is a really nice setup, but I'm going to scoot it up just a bit. I don't know why today's broadcast the scene is set perfectly. Just a bit. I don't know why today's wow. Broadcast the scene and the what do you call it? The volume is excellent. Even the microphone is the sound is great. Life is full of surprises today. So yeah, it's gonna be a great day today. I'm uh, I'm getting active again. I'm gonna give myself 30 minutes. This is gonna be a Hades week because I'm gonna give it my all this week. This week is a lot of motion, a lot of good actions. So yeah, it's gonna be nice. I think. I think it's gonna be a great week, and we should be enjoying um, everything. Enjoy the world. Enjoy our time. Oh, there we go. It's gonna be nice. Gonna be a good day today. An active day. Okay, is everything good? Okay, everything is as good as it gets, I guess. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. We'll continue our journey for sure. Um, Today is well, it's kind of a countdown. I waited 2 days in, so yeah, it's like a 15-day countdown technically, but we're you're afforded 2 days, so we're on this 12 days of getting into step. You need to get into step. You need to get into alignment. You know, this is your time to seize the moment. If any time you're going to take an action, this is going to be that time. But also, this is a time of when negativity, like people who are, yeah, you have somehow, okay, so the way our road goes is it's a straight and narrow path, but paths, a straight and narrow path can also have turns and dips. And so we've kind of dipped into, like, wait a minute, I thought, all these negative people, they stepped off the road. Well, why am I encountering them? That's because your road is sort of, rounding about. And yeah, there's a little bit of intersection, but they don't stay. You recognize these people immediately. Hi, Abby Hand. You recognize these individuals and you're able to push through them. You continue your journey. So, and yeah, they are gonna recognize you. I did say just because these people, right, to kind of block us, and maybe we block them. They step off the path, but they haven't gone to another planet. Obviously, they're still here. It's just that for a while we didn't have to deal with them. But yeah, they've actually been showing up, this past week, just briefly. So they're not meant to stick around. And yes, and whatever the encounters is going to be plain. Like you're going to know, like, these are not my soul tribe. You're going to know, oh my gosh, it's going to be so apparent. You can't miss it. You couldn't miss it. So it's definitely a bit of a bit of a challenge. The good thing is that you don't have to like be in a position where you refuse to move on, to move forward. You shouldn't refuse. Like when you're giving your signs, you kind of don't stick around. Typically I see this in relationships, like romantic ones, sometimes even with close friends. So yeah, it can happen with friends. It can happen with, um, well, definitely happens with relationships, romantic ones or intimate ones. When it's people, trying to go for companionship. but it can essentially happen across. I'm sure that it happens even in the workplace. But what I'm finding more and more is that they're connected in such a way when people encounter them, they are trying to get as far, even the most sensitive people, because right now, Mars planet is pushing people to like really speak up. So that's a good sign because it's saying even if you're introverted or a quiet person or considered to be a shy person, whether if that's actually what you are or people assume you to be, Mars is pushing you to not only speak up. So Leo was like, "Hey, you need to roar a little bit. Let me hear your best roar, your best growl." So, so you'll end up voice like saying, "Oh wow, I didn't know I could do that. I didn't know I was going to do that. I didn't know I was going to say that." So universe will encourage you, or Mars with and a little bit of Leo. It's like these extroverted individuals are like pushing the younger brother to stick up or sister to stand up for herself, or a friend. You could have two buddies, and they're like they hit their growth spurt, and they're like you're kind of like in the back and forth or with a tussle with somebody, and they're like, stick up for yourself. This is your time. This is your moment. That is both Aries, and Aries is leading the conversation, obviously. And then Leo is picking up, whatever is behind, picking up the back. So the back end, so first of all, you have Leo, and then the next wave, you have Leo picking up the slack, whatever's left. You got Aries charging in, telling you need to say something to that person. You got Leo saying, "Come on, like what's taking you so long?" So it's like there's no way you're getting out of this. You're like it's that teacher. If you need a more analytical situation, it's that teacher who chooses. You're always quiet. You always you for most of the semester you hung out in the back. You did never want to be in the front, and your teacher calls you forward and gives you lines, or your teacher gives you something to say to the assembly, and it's for your grade because they didn't think that you had your fair share of experience being under pressure and in the front and speak and interacting with people. So to help you to get out of your shell a little bit, and they get rally everybody to support you. So it's that type of situation. Yep. Hi, Chris. Hi, Christian Bolden. Good to speak with you. Yeah. So yeah, it's a good day. It's a good day. 12-day countdown. Because it was 15-day countdown. You're allotted 2 days, but yeah, we're working with 12 days. So we're talking about between now and the 15th is when the new chapter starts. So this is a time that we're saying you might find yourselves, speaking up because yeah, it's like the people on the dark path. Well, there's people have regardless of whether who they are. They can be the big head or outright, you know, from Hades or in or uh, trigger word there. They could be somebody that's just like they're just totally always against you, like they're just blocking you, but they want your attention. They stepped off the road because they had to go solve that. It was like universe is saying either you want to take care of, like ruin this person's day, or you can come save this aspect that represents your life. So they had to go deal with their personal life stuff. And our road is sort of guiding us along their road in a way, kind of like parallel. It's parallel to their road. So I'm seeing some encountering over this past like week and a half. But they're not in front of us, and we're not blocking each other. So it's not a crossroads or anything like that. It's not two stars collide. No, it's nothing like that. It's not a collision. It's just like pass by. It's just that now that we're on top of things and little things are like things are like flowing, we should know better. It's like some souls are they call them. I have a card that says passerby, like, and I explain it like this: these are the people that just should have kept on walking, or maybe it's us. Maybe we should have just kept on walking. I knew I should have just kept on walking the moment I seen your shoes. I knew what type of person you were. You was going to turn out to be. I should have kept on walking. So I call those passerby souls because this is the 3D world. And just because people like, oh, we're not soul tribe anyway, we're not soulmates, so why would I care? That doesn't mean in this 3D world, that doesn't mean they can't interact. That doesn't mean they can't, do different things, from intimacy to brawling, So, but yeah, but this time we should know, like, yeah, I should just keep on walking. I should just keep on going, or I should have kept on walking, or like that's a passerby. That person is gonna keep on walking. So this time we'll spot it. Sometimes it's like what they call it, um, like in the hustle and of life, we just think, yeah, well, people are people, and you connect with them, and you're like, I don't believe in that energy thing until it happens. And then, you can explain it rationally. You could just say, like, you can always, well, they just, they didn't like you. They just didn't like, where the conversation was leading. They didn't like the debate. They didn't like how you stood up for yourself. They just didn't like you making demands or requests to them. So you could spin it any way you want, but psychically we'll say, like energetically, they were not in your alignment. And like something that, a psychic, if you're having a psychic reading, they should better pick up right away. Yeah, you should better pick up on that straight away. So, yeah. Hello, UX YT. Good to speak with you. I hope you're saying something kind today. Yes, I'm English speaking, but I acknowledge you. Yeah, good to speak with you. If you're saying hello, I hope you're saying hello. Or good morning. Yeah, it's a good day today. It's going to be fabulous. Especially now that you're going in the right way, in the right direction in life. This is good. And you should be convinced that the world is moving in the right way. So you finally found your way. You're finally on your path. Oh, and the watch hours are finally moving. Oh my gosh. I don't, I mean, I know, obviously, I know how it happened. You all watched. But I'm like, wow, I've notched like 11 watch hours or something like that, or 20. Then it's like more like, no, hold on. Okay, like nine. I think like nine. Like nine watch. I mean, 20 overall, but like in a day's time, 9 hours. Wow. 9 hours. Thank you. So we're at, you ready? Drum roll. 350 watch hours. We had 350. So thank you so much. No, no. Yeah. It's 350. So I'm gonna continue to grow the channel. I appreciate you watching, spending time with me, hanging out, enjoying everything. I hope everybody is just having an amazing day, and and getting today started. And I'm being fantastic. I'm being fantastic today. And I am in the renowned. I touch the stars of celebrity. Also, I work with the clients of celebrity psychics for my field. I also am with the top companies. I'm also a top tier psychic, which means I'm on the pricey end for my psychic readings. per minute, roughly, as a rounding it up. But between 8 and $10 per minute. That is my rate. That is per minute. That just means I'm seasoned, experienced, um, uh, working with the clients of not one but five famous psychics, chosen of out of my, I guess, peers, if you will. I competed, and so I won a slot. So I'm slated as, the psychics. When you can't speak to your favorite famous psychic, I'm a trusted psychic, so I'm entrusted with reading the clients of these famous psychics from across Europe, which puts me in the map where, because Europe and Africa, they're kind of intertwined. So by default, so occasionally Africa, the countries, will locate, like American psychic line, but typically it's the lines that I work with based in Europe. From Australia, Africa, like the Arab kingdoms, the countries in Europe. All I already mentioned that. Well, that's Europe. The countries in Europe, the countries in Africa, and then all the states, all the West in America. So we've got the globe. Occasionally I read for people from like Alaska, and Hawaii. um, in Canada and so forth on, and China, yeah, all places. So that's where I am. So I'm very much situated in what I do. My practice is a lifelong practice, and and this year, over the past few months, my social media, I was told by Spirit my social media would be doing something different, and it has. I was told before uh, I started gaining watch hours that that YouTube watch hours was going to do exactly that. Was going to start, I guess, growing. And I was like, how? It's like, and it wasn't that thought maybe over time. That's what they meant. But then they said, no, actually this June. I was like, it's going to do all that like this June. That's like only a month away. And it did exactly that. So when you hear Spirit say something, listen to Spirit. Hmm. There are 1,001 ways I could have said that. So I'm not like just saying, oh, just believe hard enough. I don't need to say that. Look, the truth is, I'm like, I wasn't expecting, I was just having a good time. And I heard Spirit loud as day. By this June, your watch hour is going to do something you've never seen before. It's gonna start growing and start racking up all these watch hours, and people are going to start, they're going to get to see a lot of traffic, healthy, like traffic, like visitors. I said, really? Yeah. And that's exactly what's been going on. And now here you are. It's August, or excuse me, September 3rd. So 2 months have passed. Well, 3 months. So June, July, August. So 3 months have passed. Here you are. And I'm over here saying, yeah, yeah, I've got like 350 watch hours. Wow. I'm over here celebrating. And it's only looking good from here. It's like very positive. Um, so that so my expertise, I want to channel it. um, okay, so I'm professional expert at what I do. It's also my, if you want to say, my career, my job that I wake up to every day, and I love it. I'm channeling all of my experiences into my YouTube channel. I work with personalities. I tell people what to do. I'm used to telling people what to do with their lives, make important life and career decisions and relationship decisions and decisions about, all kinds, everything you can imagine and think of, things that you would never even think of. Um, that's what I do. And yeah, so I'm used to just like, I know why. So I don't know why, but I'm assuming universe is like, yeah, since you're gonna work alone, is might as well like then kind of like downloaded me with always having to like, well, if I'm telling people what to do, that means that I'm always in charge. So I'm that doctor that has to contemplate. Okay, when do you get to like the doctor is always in charge, and they like or the lawyer somebody in an authority positions. They find someone who they can relinquish their power to sometimes to take a break from it. So so I'm constantly always like so like whenever I'm like I remember like having my friend circles, but it was like the energy would change. It was like I would take control of the thing. Like if it's a party, I would map out the party. I would make the arrangements. I would bring in the catering or bring in the food. I would, like I would, go. I would do things. I would. Yeah, I'm not gonna go that. I'm not gonna tell on us. Gas in the tank, so that where we're going, let's go. Why not? I would start like putting seeding word like, yeah, it'd be nice if we could go to the city, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be awesome. You know, well, we don't have any money. Oh, well, let me check my account. Oh, I have like, you know, well, I think I have $400. $400, like yeah, that should get us there, and get a room, so we can kind of sleep it off before we take off again, in the morning. Be back by 10 o'clock. So so things like that. So I always would kind of take over things. That's just I mean, that's just my personality, and I've always just done that. So anytime that I wanted recreation or want to have a good time, I would have to create that. So, but when I was a adolescent, um, only being an only child, I'd also have to do that as well. I had to create, and it was very difficult to like my parents described me as difficult. My earth parents described me as difficult to punish because I was highly also imaginative, and so they would time me out, but I'd be over there playing and with anything that I could imagine. So it wasn't like a punishment. Punish me would mean no movement and hardly blinking, like no smiling. Like you have to like, but that would punish you because it's like, because I remember they said, I don't want to sit with you to carry out this punishment. You're like I feel like it's a punishment on me. They have to join me in punishment. So you would, so like to time me out means to calm me down, and you're like just there like trying to get me to come down, and then chill. So, but that's why instead of like traditional punishments, my parents would just talk to me. They like, we just feel like we could just talk to you, and talking to you is like enough. So I didn't have to like go through any of the extremities because I wasn't like it didn't call for that. I wasn't doing nothing like that, but it was just like more like conversational. And they just make it awkward, and they both be like, so how can we move on from this kind of conversation? So like, and they would choose the oddest times. Like we'd be all having a good time, and then I just could tell that was gonna be conversation because it's like walk into the room and like one light's on. It's kind of everything is dim lit, and it's dull. In other words, it's not bright and colorful. Like the way I grew up. And I'd walk in there, and they'd be like, "Yeah, we just want to talk." That tone, I'm like, gosh, you're gonna critique me. Like, what did I do? Why does that always have to be something you did? What did you do? It's like that. I was like, just tell me. Like, I know it's not my grades because I'm in the newspaper. It's like things like that. So, yeah. And then it would just kind of like FYI, kind of bit, and then that would be enough right there. So yeah. Um, so yeah. Anyways, that was a funny little my little walk back in time. Anyway, back so today I'm in a position where like when so I'm contracted, and as a professional expert, they let me just do my work. Like they don't you know, rough me up every Monday. We have a meeting, every Monday where I rim you, nothing like that. And it's like completely, left to myself, remote, and in my little office space. Was not little, but in my office space. Because I use the entire room. Even if I stay in this little bitty spot, is where I got my little phone. And also, people can video chat with me. Yeah, I'm used to. I would have to only way, yeah. If only way my power is rendered, I'd have to like give it to someone else. The only time I would, if I were to do that, is because I'm like, I need a break. I'm like, here, like relinquish my power, but I don't do that. I don't do that. That sounds weird when I say that, but I think I know where I'm going with this because I've heard about it. It's like people who are like they're constantly in power, like they like will relinquish their power for a period, like a short period of time. Like sometimes, like with a companion or with an intimate partner, they do it. So I bet I'm like that because even in a dynamic, like people, I could like energetically, I can feel when people are trying to like rise up. Even yeah, I would even detect if there was going to be a coup. I would detect your energy. I must have been one of those. One of those. I don't know if it's an insect, but it feels like vibrationally, I can pick up. There's going to be a coup. I like. Oh, they're rising up. I feel that stuff. And, and of course I go in there and I'm like, I start tripwiring everything. I ruin it. So or I prepare for the blow, or I'm ahead, or I start like citing out alternative things so that I can continue my work or something like that. I didn't never think about that. I'm thinking very deeply today. I never really have sat down and because I would not have had the words. Like, how do you explain? Do I even want to talk about that openly? That's kind of very personal. But yeah. So so while I'm going this, yes, I'm definitely gonna be running this room. But I also know that whenever I do venues, before, like for example, I started a nonprofit. Now, if you don't know this, when you start a nonprofit, okay, if you start a business, you can run your business just yourself. But if you make it into a nonprofit, like a 501(c)(3), you can be on the board, but you can't. The top three positions can't get paid. The other positions can get paid. So, like if you like a janitor can get paid. Anyone except the director. If you were gonna get if I were gonna get paid, I would have to not serve on the board and come in as an employee, and the company pay me, but I couldn't serve on the board. So yeah, the next one is, I believe, the secretary and I think the treasurer. These three positions, if I'm correct, these are the three that cannot get paid. Everybody else can. If you have like ushers and generals and whatever, heads of heading departments and assistants, they all can get paid. Now you can donate, like if you like make ceramics or if you write books, you can donate it in the sense of, like the way they explained it to me is you would donate and a percentage of the books and the books would be sold, but you would have to have your own, like you'd have to incorporate that aspect of your business to like sell books so the profits come to you. You could do it that way, to my understanding. But if you're too close to the fire, like if you let's say if I'm like it's very touchy. Like if you're on the board and you're getting it, you don't keep your paperwork, in order and separate properly, and you're like selling books, but you're keeping the profit. That's you can't do that. That blows up the whole argument that, well, this is not part of the bit. Yes, it is. You're taking the books that is or materials and you're pocketing directly the money, and you can't do that because you have this as a nonprofit, and you shouldn't want to do that. That should be a no-brainer. That's what I was told firsthand by lawyers when I had started mine. And yeah, that's why I also learned that that's why I started learning you can do anything because they can word it in any way. They can word it properly. If it's worded properly, you can just about do anything with your business. You literally could turn your business into a nonprofit, literally. And then you hear this all the time. Like there's lots of like people who are founders of nonprofit who get their founding swept away from them. And I was listening to somebody and they said, yeah, it's like often they write it in their articles that like if they go rogue or if they go crazy or get into scandal or something, like like it's they could have their company stripped from taken from them, which means that they said, I guess they said, well, yeah, well, this uh, business or project nonprofit should be bigger than themselves. So yeah, I mean, I like that last part analogy. Yeah, this will be bigger than me, and if I lose my way, they'll continue my work, what I intended to do, even if I'm at the time inept from fulfilling my responsibilities. So I do like the thought of it, but yeah, there's even yeah, it's very tricky having a when you start making a nonprofit and you're like, okay, I'm not allowed to serve on the board or allow, and also they can vote you off the board, by the way, because they have to vote. So that means that three could vote you off the board. Yeah, they can, or and because you have to meet once a month. By the way, that's also they're supposed to meet. The rules is you're supposed to meet once a month to be considered legitimate, and you have to have records of this. By the way, now if they're like you said, well, are they actually enforcing this? Well, I guess the bigger you get, like if you're like millions of dollars, that guy, I don't know his name, but it's a pastor who just recently got busted for running a what is it, a call center racket, right? And so he's been charged with a lot of like dark age felonies. Like he went what's the term? He went medieval. He had them. They got him for like something like forced labor or and trafficking. Like they went biblical on him. Trafficking, that term is in Job. So he went dark ages, and, and oh my gosh. So he gets caught. So that means when they're going to audit him, they have to because they know like what money is not legitimate money that he actually made that is ministry money. So he's going to be audited, and they're going to look at every every little piece of paper that they're supposed to find that he's supposed to have documented. They're going to look at what he isn't documenting because they told me like as a nonprofit you start doing a lot of like charity drives. And they said, they don't really keep up with charity. It's just too many. Like your church would do so many charity drives. Like who's keeping up with all that money? To be honest, I mean they were honest. I mean it's good if you can do it, like maybe like monthly, and then you just of course you have to. It also, by the way, it does file tax. Well, it's more like financial reporting. It's a 501c3 exempt on all of that, tax exempt, but you missed this part. They do have to keep monthly financial records, annual financial records. Annually, they have to like someone who's filing, they have to um, go through all of submit their records of all of their financial, like how much did you engross, what's left. Yeah, you have to, every year. So they don't, no one says that. So it sounds weird. It's like you have this, the way that people think of it is like you have this company and it's not tax exempt and no one knows it's like it's in the shadow, its own little thing, and no one's keeping any records of anything. No one is reporting to no one annually because, like the regular person is like, well, they do me. They're always checking my pockets. They know exactly how much is in my account. They can actually go into my account and just take what they want. It's like, so people are thinking, look, these churches, but that's not how it goes. They actually do annual financial reporting. That means they're reporting to the state in which your nonprofit is founded. Yeah. So mine was in California. So that means annually the records are like there. But anyway, this is good to know a little bit of, raising awareness. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, yeah. So what does that mean? You're not gonna easily get over. You're not easily gonna get through here. You can't get through to if I was guarding the heaven's gates and some thief was trying to get in through heaven's gate, it's a very slim chance that it's more of a slim chance that they're not getting into heaven. If I was the one, if I was on guard, there's a slim chance that thief is not getting into heaven. So yeah, I would be completely in charge, and I wouldn't like you would be checked like from head to toe, from toe to head, and there was just no way. There's no way you're getting it, or the heart, if you want to say like how does it get into your heart? It's not likely. It's equivalent to you're not a stand-up comedian, but it's open mic night and you have to get on stage and you're being graded on personality, you're being graded on like your delivery, you're being graded on maybe your process, your thinking process, your critical thinking skill. So yeah, and you have to absolutely be like funny. You have to also be funny. So it's like you'd have to like, let's talk about like it's like one out of a dime. You have to be a dime, like one out of a dime piece. You have to. It's not likely. It's not likely. It's easier than it looks, but it's more difficult than it sounds. Hmm. Hmm. So I'm gonna raise up a way that I can do venues through my YouTube. That's what my goal is. So I'm raising and growing my channel, then I can do venues that I'm gonna put together and create myself, and I'll know like how to. Yeah, other people are doing listening to other people talk about venues, but also when I had my nonprofit, I was um, studying this. I was like calling around and asking, so what's the price of venues? What do people like need? Like security. Some like venues, of course, they have to be, I guess, like compliant with the like they have to like the fire. I guess it's a fire chief or somebody comes in and check everything, make sure that the safety, like their safety zone, their the exits are right, and and so um, I was like, okay, so when I come to that, basically they're gonna walk me, like they'll walk you through it, and I'll know exactly what I need. Um, like whenever I to do live venues and things like that. And a catering, I already looked at that, like, okay, what are the costs for like food, beverages? And of course, they said, well, they always, of course, will arrange the seatings and things like, or the location exactly to my liking, to my needs. And they gave me, of course, I did the numbers. I was like, oh, yeah, that is absolutely achievable. This can be done if you really want to do it. If you're really into that. So I was like, yeah, this is achievable. And then all I have to do is just whatever needs to be updated and, whatever, other little pieces that I would need to know, I would just simply do it. I just do it. So anyway, that's my plan. And yeah, it'll work. And especially with me being in charge of it, it will work. But anyway, that's where the direction which my channel is going. So it isn't just to grow my channel to have another sort of outlet just to speak with you. It's for other purposes, hmm like performing purpose, opportunities that I'm going to do. That's why I'm channeling my expertise and knowledge and wisdom through my YouTube channel. So now you know. That's what we're working on. And the little that people know, what they don't know, that's also like if you leave questions blank, always have to mark off on that. I have to take my red pen and oh, you did not answer this question. Okay, I have to mark that. You didn't have an answer for this. So it's like, well, I don't know that. I don't know that. Well, you could be this. You're getting this. You get a mark there and a mark there. So you'll never will categorize me into a pigeonhole box set, because you're getting graded for what you don't know too, not for what you do know and is incorrect, but also what you don't know. I'm grading you. So yeah. So like if you're in a conversation, you're like speaking, street nonsense. I'm just gonna just give you red mark. Mark on grammar and punctuation. All right, misuse of the word. Okay, yeah. Next. So yeah, there's no like. I mean, there's just no way you're gonna get in, get through. But the good thing is, a person who's like, I just genuinely like, I don't care to know. I like, how do you get to be part of the venue? Go to the venue. Then that's the conversation. People who are interested in my future venues. Yeah, they're being guided how they're gonna get to the venues. Will they be let into the venues? So yeah. hmm And that will be the conversation pretty much. Okay, so it's 8 o'clock, and um, what else did we want? Oh, and remember, today is anything about, it's like something important that you're trying to do, you're trying to get off the ground. You're going to need to do it. You're going to need to start on it. In fact, I'm telling everybody, be like, start this week. Like, don't play around. Yeah, there's a reason why people are off each other's path. They're like, oh, if it's a large group, it could be a group. It doesn't have to be a group. So, yeah, it doesn't have to be a group, you guys. It could be one person, okay, but there's plenty of signs, and yeah, just like follow through with it, follow up with it. Like, look, I'm gonna move in the direction I'm meant to move, and you will do it. But you'll definitely will start these next how many days? But 3 days, something like that. 3 days. You want to count the weekend? Because there's a lot of work you could do on your own. So, anyway, we're doing a 12-day countdown because we're monitoring very closely what happens. I know people are like nervous and like, what do I do? What do I do? You know, grow and participate with the energy so that you can thrive and live and grow. Yes. Um, if you always trying to find the right words to kind of tell people like, hey, stop that. You better do it now. If you need to go on TV, on the news channel, if you need to go speak to someone at the news station to be interviewed, if you need to speak to your boss, who like you're like, I'm kind of fed up. Like my boss is always trying me. Like, and if ever going to be any time that you're going to sit down with them or arrange for a conversation, or hey, remember you said that we could talk. This is the week to do it, or the next few days. Um, Especially if you're like gonna say, hey, I'd like to speak with you soon, but you're thinking next week. Well, we could talk Tuesday. Is that good? Talk Tuesday. Great. That is perfect. Don't I don't know what I'm gonna say though. When you're gonna know what to say. Because Mars and with Leo are gonna be tag teaming you. You're gonna say everything just right. Oh, by the way, they're not gonna be like telling people off. Not like that. Because guess what? I didn't say this part. Mercury is working with Mars. And no, Mercury is not retrograde. Let me double check. Because I had a client that said Mercury retrograde, and everybody, oh, Mercury is not in retrograde, darling. I didn't tell them that at the time though. But I told him, I said, well, there's other planets on retrograde. Then I was more trying to explain that there's other, like retrograde, what they think it is, isn't that. So I was like trying to more like, we're talking about Mercury retrograde. I was like, look, when it is in retrograde, all it means is this. So it don't mean go like, don't do any interviews. No, Mercury is not in retrograde, so cool it. And Mars and Mercury are working really well together, okay? All right. Pluto's in retrograde. We know Saturn and Neptune are in retrograde. In fact, they're conjunct in Aries. Yeah, there's a lot going on. So don't play. You know what I not know is Mars, Aries, Leo. You know what I mean. I'm also psychically connected to the planets. I just looked at the charts, by the way, and I'm already talking about it in psychically. So yeah, you look, you're in good hands. So yeah, um, that's why I said if I'm watching the gates, no one's getting through, no one getting in. I'm telling you. Yeah, let me stand guard. Okay, I'll stand guard and I'll like vet everybody. It's like psychically. Yeah. So yeah. So that means your mind is sharp. Number one, that's what it grants you. It gives you sharp mind that's so sharp that it's clarity. You literally can see formula. Like you could think out the formula, but no, you can. It's like it's bright light, and you clearly see the formula, like just in the like in the air in your thoughts, I guess. Like very clear, concise with precision thinking, sharp mind. Yeah, acute thinking. That's the word. Acute thinking. That's what this grants you. So that means you're gonna know, like the right words are gonna come out and land in the right way, and that's why you're saying, "Oh, I can't believe it! Wow, I actually like I said that. That came from me." Not like I. I just told my coworker to go off. No, nothing like that. You would probably tell them, but with so much, what the word out there, personal integrity, you're like, I couldn't believe that. I was like, they said this, and I said this, and I didn't even blink. And we were all stunned. And I looked at my manager's expression. They were like, I could have sworn my manager said, "Good for you." My manager just came over there and just nudged me and just, okay, everybody get back to work. Didn't bring it up again. I was like, more like that. It would not like, oh my gosh, I said Hades or darn. Nothing, not like that kind of shock. No, like shock, like you said, it's with so much emphasis. It was almost rhythmic, and it sounded like, wow, that sounded like I was well thought out, well placed. Short. It was a sentence, and I got my point across, and that should like preserve me for like 4 weeks. They should like really be in good spirits. Like they come back around like, wow, you really told me off. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm always just kidding. Like don't be mad at me. That kind of yeah. So yeah, so that's the kind of gifts that happens when uh, uh, Mars and Mercury when they get together. hmm I never clarified, like, in what way do you mean actually? I will be surprised that came. What actually is coming from me? In what way? So I just wanted to, yeah, be clear. Doesn't, yeah, not shocker that because you cut somebody out. Just putting that out there. Hi from the Philippines. Hello, welcome Philippines. Yeah, I've been getting some. I don't know if it's you're the same one, but yeah, there's people who say hi from time to time from the Philippines. Yeah, I had a lot of friends from the Philippines. hmm who were yep, from the Philippines. Yep. I agree. Yeah, like childhood friends. And I used to go and I remember uh, I would go and do like my run in the evening, and I would go hang out with her. Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. That was you. Yeah, it must have been somebody else because this person we were talking about, I was saying that very like very much in the Catholic belief, like they're very Catholic, very Christian. So it must have been somebody else. I wasn't saying comparing to you, but I didn't know either. I didn't remember either. But somebody had said hello from the Philippines. They're like, yeah, we were in a Christian conversation. I said, oh, I definitely know the Philippines. Yeah, yeah. I was also said. I said, yeah, sending you lots of prayer, lots of good energy. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're enjoying your time. Yep, having a good day. Yeah, I'm just working and stuff. Working. We're doing a 12-day, but we're making sure that we make the most of these 12 days. So it's not like can't wait till these 12 days are over. Whew. No, it's what can you do in these 12 days as we move into the next chapter. So remember, I always speak from fire. So when you say, not like, okay, first of all, if you work with me, you are a spiritual warrior. So I'm more like, let's face the fire. I'm more like, let's walk that path. I know the path. It's not the ideal road to traverse, but let's get through it. So yeah, so I wouldn't like my style of reading, I guess, isn't let's get through, let's like lay low, let's get through these 12 days. That's not my language. My language is there's some things that you should be doing in this week, And even if you're planning to do it in the following week. So that's be more the way I would talk. Yeah, just saying. The narrow path. Oh, I already talked about that earlier. You missed it. Let me tell you about the narrow path. We are on the narrow path, but the paths that are narrow, this is what I said earlier, they also curve. Your path can curve because the past few days people are running into. Okay, so earlier before that I talked about the narrow path. A few months last month progressing, and we were saying that people on the road who are dark, who are blocking us. It could be people, places, something that's blocking us is actually taken off the road so that this narrow road we can clearly see. That's why we're talking about the light of the road being your mind being so acute. That's one word, acute. I got a little wordy earlier. So one word, when your mind is acute, that's Mars and Mercury. But that also, because the road can wind, it's a straight and narrow road, and you know exactly stay on my road. But right now you're paralleling with people who are dark, and it's a little bit of, like, well, I don't like you either. Wow, good, because I never liked you too. That's why, like, what's up? So it's a little bit of tension energy. But I also, earlier, I said these are called passerbys. This passerbys souls are when we just should have kept on walking, or they should have kept on walking, or we should just have allowed them to continue their journey. But hence, you can continue the straight and narrow road. There you go. Yeah. I love being connected to everything because, yeah, that's where my gifts work, because people will say, yeah, that's exactly what they said, So I say things and people are like, that's like word from that's what they said. That's what they're telling me. So yeah, I when I earlier I was speaking about I hadn't even checked the charts, and I was talking about astrology, and every little major place when I looked at it, I was sharing what I was looking at. I was like, 'cause I was checking to see if Mercury's in retrograde, like letting people know, stop worrying about retrogrades. And besides, Mercury is not the only planet that retrogrades. And retrogrades is not a scary thing. It just means that we're able to look at the details of things because everything is moving slower. But anyways, and everything was marked. I was like, well, Mars and Leo cause you to speak up. So yeah, so that's why we're saying our mind is sharp right now, and things that you need to say, like to these passing individuals, they're human, but they just, they're kind of not healthy for us, and we must stand in their way too, right? In a way. Yeah, so we must stand in their way because they're not able to get through, like to get what they want, because it's not beneficial to us, but also uh, they don't stand in our way, and what we're doing is not beneficial to them. But instead of hanging out with them and trying to be something you're not, or trying to honor them and make them something to be something that they are not. Yeah, it says if I don't become a saint, it says I'm not doing anything. It says quoted by a saint. Dominican is a quote. Then okay, if you don't become well, it says not an enabler, authentic, true, genuine saint. Well, the thing is that if on the path towards becoming enlightened, my thing is that okay, so I have a gift where I'm able to see clearly. Okay, so I'm used to telling people what to do in their lives. That's what I've always done, and I talked about that earlier as well. I tell people what to do, and so the thing is this: I tell people what to do. I always have. Anytime that if I want to have a good time, like a party, I have to create that party. I have to arrange everything, cater from food to drinks, everything, and then it's always parties were always people come over to the house and the music would be loud. The officers would come in, and they, would just, okay, you all are good, and our music would just be bumping. I'm telling you, like street bumping, you know. So and those are parties that I threw, right? So, and there'd be like, us everywhere in the yard, backyard, front yard, across the street, and I would, be running in between, making sure, okay, everybody's safe. All the girls, are you good? Don't be telling me in the morning, that you're not happy. Are you happy? Good. All right, guys, and then whatever else, we're into, listen to loud music, that people, my, friends would come in and they bring the pop your backbone out of place type music, through the car, because the guys with the car with the loudspeakers in the back. You remember those days? I mean, doing all that. In all the colors. We had the Orient, so that would be Asian. We had the black, we had the white, we had the girls, we had the boys, we had the white boys, we had the black boys. This is everybody, right? We had the Mexicans, even finally, the Mexicans and the Indians. The Indians, you always come late in the like an like hour to 40 minutes, at the end, yeah, they don't come early. But like, you guys don't know you're welcome, right? Don't ever say, I don't know what tomorrow will look like, but today you know you were welcome. If you decide not, I mean, look, we're here. So that's the way it works. Okay, so the being a saint, like being enlightened, if is that, I always tell people, it's okay, it's great to be able to see things for people. The marvelous things about life is remembering every reading. Like, regardless, I remember everybody. I remember the true gift when I connect with a person, is that I remember every little detail of that reading. And what happens is, it's like I'm reading a book, and the information that comes up, even more information is added. So each time that I speak with a person, more information for that person from this book, from their book, specifically their book, is right in front of my eyes. So there's information I've read with clients for years. Every time we speak, it can intertwine with information that was said, but the information is never, it's always like a continuation of, like, if as though I picked up a book and began reading, further into the chapter or even into the next chapter. So in other words, you mean to tell me that the information is never the same? The information is never the same, but it doesn't. But it always ties in, like it's like reading a book that's a series. It always ties into the conversation of their growth, from their growth to their challenges, overcoming their challenges. I mean, I have some people who I'm connected with, who I read with. They are going through, like, they've gone through major, like, serious stuff, like women stuff. Things that happen with women, things like that, things that happen with men, among men. I mean, like, serious stuff, things that happen between men and women, like real stuff, like real problems, not like, my work is so serious. I can't, okay, I speak for people all. Another attribute of someone who is, connected. You can't be, I don't have the time to question a person's, where they come, where they come from. That's what I would consider to be someone who is enlightened. Because why am I, like, trying to do this to a person because they don't see how I see things? When they're having real life stuff, like real human, like stuff that is, like, is dangerous to their wellness, their well-being. Shouldn't I be using my abilities more for that purpose than to, like, you have it all wrong about the way the universe works? I mean, they could get that from right at the train station. They go to catch a bus You know, they could get that from anybody. They can get that, on a, like in jail. You know what I mean? They can get that like they in the, on the hospital, like at the hospital. They can get that anywhere. They can get that at the grocery coming out the grocery store. The person who's on this microphone and saying, "Yeah, yeah, believe like I believe." So I they can get that anywhere. What I do is, no matter where they come from, and 'cause I speak to people from all over the world, including even indigenous people to Australia contact me. And the persons who I work with, I mean, they are in university. They are PhD, well, PhD, they're talking about real stuff like, we're in like indigenous people, Australia, survival, and they don't have time to see if they're making heaven happy. Their goal is, how do we preserve, like they're writing books for their university classroom and university lectures about indigenous people in Australia. How grand is that? If that is not divine, then what is a whole principle of, then what does it truly mean to be enlightened? That's all I'm saying. Yeah, yeah. It says, or even just from yeah, Washington. Yeah, yeah. You know, spiritual. What we call holistic. We call it holistic spiritual cleansing. Holistically spiritually cleansing. There's people who experience real life stuff, right? Like, people, self-harm to where other people are harming them in all aspects of life, mental, psychic, spiritual, physically, obviously, financially, right? And they need um, spiritual cleansing, sometimes because they're going through spiritual cleansing. At the same time, they have to be a phenomenal stepmama or stepdad. They also have their own children. They got to be a great, phenomenal mom and dad. Then they have to be a great spouse to their spouse, and they have to be like their boss doesn't want to hear about what they should be talking about in therapy, you know. So you got to be also sharp in the mind, and be able to be excellent and compete in the arena, with their colleagues, keep up with their colleagues. So like, yeah, so I deal with that, and including, because people do sometimes occasionally they'll say, "Am I a good person?" They'll ask if they're a good person. Like, what do I pick up on their energy? Do I think that they're a good person? But the way that I read is I'm helping them become exactly that, helping them become, and also letting go of these the guilt, which is considered, might can be they may consider to be dirty, like this happened to me that makes me dirty or unworthy, or like I must have deserved it. And so I start healing psychically in that space, and we start to do what we call a cleansing, because yes, cleansing, being clean spiritually is a great way to start moving towards being connected spiritually, right? Being spiritually clean. Yeah. Holistic, holy, yeah, heavenly, exactly. Mental, physical, spiritual, relationship wise, all DNA, all of that. Um, all of that is very much deeply connected to spirit. And spirit also means like people who like just nice people when they want to be. But someone who is, would you like to be okay, so I have experienced people who are like mean, who are said people say a person is mean and corrupted and their mind is just like encrypted, and they standoffish. But when I've needed them to be nice, they were nice. When I needed them to be nice. There are people who are nice, who are just frivolously nice. Like they'll offer you something you didn't ask. And you're like, oh, that person's just really nice. But when you need them to be nice, they're nowhere to be found, and they will tell you no. Or when you are like right in the middle of your conversation, they leave. Or if you're kind of talking with someone about your situation and you know they heard it, and they slide out of the door like they slither out, duck into the shadows. They don't stick around. They don't come sit down and say, what's up? Like, what can I do for you? No, you look to, they start looking at them and you're thinking, oh, that's my friend just walked in. They're going to come sit down and hear, yeah, you got a lot on your mind right now. And they don't sit down. They just leave. And nothing to do with work. They ignore it and stay away from you. And they seem to like even sort of change, like, so like something over, like energetically. It's like, wow, usually this person is into me. But like now they're like they're riding on my me not doing so well right now. Like I thought this person like was like hey, if something comes up, like, are you good today? How's your day? Like if you need to talk, I'm here. They're like, look, they end up saying, look, I don't really have time to talk. Either you're going to work or not. You're like, whoa, where'd that come from? I'm working and I'm just at the same, you're literally working at the same time. You're like grabbing things. Yeah. Yeah. And I just, and just trying to figure it out right now. Well, look, I don't have time to listen to you, to hear you. Are you here to work or not? If you're not, then leave. That kind of vibe. And you're like, wait a minute. Weren't you the one who just asked me if I wanted donuts? But even though I said no, but you're like, hey, yeah, would like some donuts? I'm just, being nice. Everybody calling you nice. I'm thinking you're nice. You're presenting yourself as a nice person. But then the moment that something real happens, you're like, you're riding on my misfortune. So, but the one that you were always afraid to go talk to, that's the one who's like, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, if you ever need to talk, like come talk to me. That lady that's like, hey, just yell. Then you kind of, she listens in and she gets you talking. He's like, I'm not doing so good. I'm trying to figure it out. But don't worry, I'm gonna figure it out. Well, if you ever need to talk, come let me know. That kind of bit. And you're like, wow, she actually said that. So she was like more, I would say she's more kind than the person who is frivolously kind. That person who's frivolously kind, just that their intentions to being kind isn't in the right place. And sometimes we get those mixed up. Absolutely, like you said, this is about the whole, like who in here is truly enlightened, right? Purify. You got like purify your intent, like your intentions is everything. Your intentions are so important. I believe. Like if you're gonna be a spiritualist, like it isn't clearly being a spiritualist, like there's other careers you can get into if you want to make a lot of money. So being a spiritualist is not about, you know it's about, I mean, it is for profit, obviously, right? Even in the wording, because a nonprofit 501c3 is different, like a church is different from a spiritualist whose business on record is for profit. I totally get it. But there's other things you could do that would gain you profit, is what I'm saying. And so that means that in your intentions to be if you're going to be spiritual for people, it would have to be something more than just simply for profit. Yeah. You would want to do this because there's a spiritual wealth that comes with you being spiritual with people. That because there has to be a reward. So if you're not rewarded monetarily necessarily, or maybe like at the highest, then what is the reward for you for being a spiritualist? Why would you want to indulge people's lives? And just because you're spiritual doesn't make people who you indulge spiritual. Just because people come to me doesn't make them spiritual. But that's why I was saying um, all walks of life, because everybody who who needs my services are not even believers. They don't even believe in anything. So some of them, and more than common. So this is like a common. Excuse me. This is a common thing. It's like it's more likely to for me to receive people who want they want the results of spirituality, but they never really believed in spirituality. And it's not the whole psychic bit. They're like, it's not even just about psychics. I just don't believe in any of it. And so they're like, I just kind of was just interested and I just chose you. So what can you do for me? What can you show me? At that moment, I've got 2 minutes, a minute, maybe 3 or 4 minutes to show this person a side to spirit that they've never seen before. Oftentimes it's a man. I'm talking to another man. And you know how men are, And then if it's a woman, the ego thing, the women is like, well, if it's a such thing, why is it in you? You're this or that. So that can happen as well, and then men can be like, egos between like, X Files, like, something I don't. So, yeah, so it has to be worded perfectly for these types, right? It's not easy. And so I'm just saying there's better ways to make profit if that's what you are interested in, if you want to make money. There's better ways to go about it. So that means for you to want to do this work, it's for a very specific reason. And by the way, I'm not saying that I'm not gonna claim that I like switched them over, that I converted anybody. I'm not gonna go there. I wouldn't go that far, but I at least have them thinking about something beyond what they knew before they called. So like now that you see, I'll stop and take note. Like, see, we're talking in a conversation about only about your life. It's like you've sent me a book about your life and what's going on with you, but you didn't send me any email. You've never talked to a psychic, you said, or never called in. So there's no way I can get any of this information about you. Now you gotta, when you go off today, you have to think about that today and try to rationalize this. But think about it. It's good to think. And so I leave them with that. So it's kind of like an inspiration. Maybe they'll secretly, even if they very quietly and don't tell nobody, but still be atheists or whatever, or still be a skeptic about spirit and supernatural things. And they just kind of study, like just at night, like, okay, no one's looking. All right, let me read this. And they get, they start to become more aware, more self-aware, and they get knowledge and learn and like figure out, like open to things they never was ever open to. Yeah, so yeah. So I'm definitely, I only look at it like this. What if those people never saw anything out spiritually? Like they never allowed anyone to talk to them, but they chose me. And maybe I could be, like kind of like the initiator, the starting point that gets them going in the right direction to studying things that are considered spiritual. Yeah. So that's the way that I read, because they could reject somebody who's coming in and using all of the language, all of the language that points to beliefs and why they should, and they reject it, but they speak with me and they begin having an open mind to the idea that this just might exist. So that's the way that I read. That's how I work with people. Yeah. And then but see, then there's this interesting part, because when people use like that word like enlightened, people think like superhuman powers. And so like it's like, so my abilities allow me to read people without them ever giving me any information about them or speaking with me prior. So I speak to strangers about their life. It's like they emailed me everything that I ever needed to know about them. In counseling, they call this they do inductions and deduct. So they do inductions, which means so when a therapist does inductions, and now this also answers the question. Wait a minute. All you do as a psychic is you tell people the same thing you told the last person. Okay, now this is the analogy of therapist. So like if you go to therapy or psychologist and you meet them for the first time, for the first hour, if they're going to work with you, what he or she does is that they use a procedure called induction. That means for 1 hour, you're going to tell them everything about your problems. They may ask very specific questions and just ask you to speak or elaborate from there for 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and they write it down. I said, so tell me about your wife. So how do you feel about her? Tell me about your son. So how are your relationships? Oh, so how many more years before college? Oh, 2 years. That's good. And then, any medications? So they're going to ask you questions, by the way. So that means but before you had that induction, they also will talk with you over the phone, maybe for like 30 minutes. And what they're doing there is gauging you what kind of personality you are. So they also have to consider when they do an induction, like if you are a tennis player, right? They can't the therapist won't talk to you like you are a teacher, maybe a professor from Oxford, for example. If you're a scientist, the therapist won't speak with you as though like you're a so like you're an actor from out of Hollywood, unless you happen to be an actor from Hollywood who happens to be a scientist. So that's called induction, right? So this means that this implies that every single session is one-on-one and private, right? So that means that there's no procedure that's exactly the same. So that means if that professor speaks to anyone for if they speak to, let's say, 1,000 people throughout the year, each of the 1,000 people will have different induction and interaction experiences. So now, as a psychic, no, there's no inductions. Okay, and all of my readings, the reason why they're all different is because this proves that everyone is different, and that's why there's no reading the same. So as I'm reading a person and I'm not speaking with them like 30 minutes before. I'm not speaking with them. I'm not asking them a lot of questions before I start actually working with them. I actually start telling them. It's like I skip to the now. You still need therapy. If you need, I think everybody needs therapy. So that's not. This is not the point of therapy versus psychics. What I'm saying is the procedure is pointing towards that no one needs to have the same information given to them. You are plenty of information. And as a psychic, I'm saying I retrieve that information without without induction or introduction into your life by way of you channeling information for me to read about you. Sometimes people who are more logical will say, which would take a lot of trust if considering what I am. I am a psychic, so it would take a lot of trust in me already. And usually, a lot of people will even say, "Okay, I want you to do is start reading me, and then I'll go from there." So I'll read them, and then I'll tell them exactly what's going on with them. You're considering this and that with your relationship, da 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 da. And then they'll say, "Here, let me tell you the story," because then that will basically give confirmation. And then they'll say, "Yeah, is this, and this is why I'm considering the divorce." And it's everything exactly what I said. So this means that I never like profiled a person, number one. So I can discover that a person is a teacher in my read, like, oh yeah, you're a teacher, or a professor of some type, or you're in law. etc., or you're in the corporate business style, you're a medical, a student. Oh, all of these things. Oh, yeah, 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 I am. And then what I do is they give me very specific information. Like they're the guides, coming through, and I'm able to get to share that with them what I'm seeing before they tell me. So without me saying, how's your spouse? I will instead I would say your spouse is this, and you think of your spouse as that, and you need this, and this is what I see. This is what is beginning to happen, and this is what you're experiencing, and then they're confirm. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So without them actually sending me any emails about themselves, or over the phone before, prior, or they have a file. Yeah. So sometimes people start claiming to do that, but they're not really displaying those spiritual talents. That's where I'm going with that. I was saying because that's a very specific skill to have, to be that perceptive. But a lot of people want to claim that. They think, oh, if they start being spiritual, but spirituality is everything we talked about. It's about being open to people, helping people when they're needed. It's not about you gaining spiritual powers or being able to predict a person or predict the future or something like that. Just because you become a good person doesn't mean you're going to predict the future, like myself, like a psychic. And like me predicting the future has nothing to do with me being kind to people. I should just be kind to people, right? It says psychology. Yeah, Okay, so you know what I'm talking about. The path. So you know exactly what I'm talking about, right? Remember it says you said the soul. Yeah, the soul, the mind. Right. The soul, that everybody has a soul. Everybody does. But people can also act like they don't have a soul. And I don't wait around I'm not at the place where I wait around for them to discover they have a soul. I hate to be like that, but like I said, I never claimed to be somebody. That's why my point is today, no, I'm not the bishop. I'm not the pastor. I'm not the minister. This is not the church choir. This is not the therapist. Obviously, I'm not a therapist, as I mentioned. But I do, although I've got, the whole counseling, psychology, thing going on, education wise, I'm not those things when the person reaches out to me. I am qualified to do the whole ministerial things. Um, but I use that for educational purposes so that I can study all the walks of life, culture and beliefs, and to open my consciousness, open my mind and my heart. So that's why I study those things, and I don't see them as separate. I just see them as a necessary. Yeah, I connect all of that at the same time. So like whenever I read for a person, they're getting spiritually fed, they're getting metaphysically fed, they're getting wisdom. People say, I love talking with you because your wisdom, you're so wise. Also knowledge, and also the future. Yeah, all at the same time. So I never give people assignment. Do this, do that, call me more. I don't do that. And when they do call me, they're talking about other new things. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Like people want to be they want to be a psychic or something. Like, why do you want to be a psychic? Be better. Like be spiritualist. And but when they do, they don't consider that like, okay, if you're gonna be a psychic, like, are you really gonna help people though? Like, do you really have that in you? What if somebody tell you off in your not nothing like, oh, you're wrong, you don't have me. I mean, like, just literally tell you off for no reason. Like, okay, how you gonna handle that? Because like some people are like, I don't want to hear your. To be honest, people will say, Like sometimes I pose this question, like, well, do people really want to be a psychic, and why? Do they want to be a psychic in the right intention? Then I promise you, every time I do this, universe sends me a sign. I'm scrolling through the lives, and somebody will say, "I don't care about your I don't want to care about your feelings. I don't care about your time. I don't want to hear any of your I don't want to hear any of your problems. Don't come dumping your problems on me." I'm like, okay, now thank you, universe. I got it. They're not psychic. They're not going to want to be a psychic because that's exactly what psychics go through. And then people are like, why you want to be a psychic? I'm asking you that question. Why do you want to be a psychic so bad? You don't like people like that. You don't like people that much. Even people who they're dating, they don't want, like the person that they're literally like sharing the same bed with, they don't even want, dumping their emotions onto them. Like, like women are like, I don't want a clingy man. I don't want a man like I don't want to be his therapist. I don't want to be his mommy. And then the man is like, I don't like she's I don't want her problems, her emotional this and that, and like what's wrong with her, so like, okay, yeah, you're it's like I'm spiritual, I'm psychic, and I connect with people's emotions. I'm like, you don't like it though. You might do connect, but you don't like it. You don't like it, and if you could like, if you didn't have to do it, you probably would elect not to do that part. You would probably want to know, like take a glimpse and like be able to kind of read people's characters, call their bluff, but you don't really want to be connected to people. Not really. It says, uh, yeah, I love, my, having the degrees. I love being, have the degrees in counseling, psychology association. I love that. I love all branches of what is considered. I mean, people don't know this, but psychology and therapists started with a man named Aristotle. Aristotle he coined the term metaphysics. The reason why he drew up metaphysics, which that's more us, is because people say metaphysics, and people frown at, like, there's no such thing. But um, Aristotle, the philosopher, he wrote the book called Metaphysics. All it's called is Metaphysics. And what he said is, I wanted a science where people could look at within themselves, their connection with the universe around them and the world about them. And all I have to do is prove to the other philosophers that this is a science to study oneself. Psychology, hence being a science, the mind, if you will. And then there are different branches. But that was his intention when he created this road for. Now, there's always been, but I mean, he gave it a name. There may have been always in ancient times where people worked on themselves, within themselves, obviously. But he actually put it in a book. He gave it a name, and he called it metaphysics. And still to this day, people use metaphysics. They use the word metaphysically, even if they're not applying it to like metaphysics like the way that I am applying it. They'll like, because anything can have metaphysics in it. You can have metaphysics in law, you can have metaphysics in medicine, you got metaphysics in spirituality. It's yeah, you could use everything has a metaphysic. But he was convincing enough to make it into a science where people would begin to study themselves. So they are interlocked, but it's just that see, this happens when you don't credit people. People use that word and don't even, like, when they speak of psychology, they don't even really. I mean, however, I mean, you will read about him in psychology, but they don't credit him with that. Look, this is where psychology come from. Think of Aristotle. Like, they don't really give him his just due deserts. He'd be very proud that, wow, look how far, the science of the mind has actually come. This is really good. I think he's very proud up there. And he's with Plato and everybody else, all the philosophers, and they're like philosophizing, and like, wow, they're really impressive. They really come along a long way. So this is really good, that. But because we don't give credit where credit due, we're like we're missing a huge chunk of something. Like, because with the understanding that he has, it is like the mystical part, which then goes into Jung. So Jung is another one who's very much like, people go as far as Jung, but do you know his story? His story is he went to the East, he studied, and then came back to the West. That's his story. So, and like, but they'll write it like, well, Young always said, they start with Young as though he is the benefactor, when it goes, it's like, well, where did Young get it? But we like his work, obviously, but he's more like a contributor or collaborator. He more like collaborated a story. He contributed to the different works, and his works very much, as you already know, aligns perfectly with, that is what it would be like, metaphysically aligns perfectly with spirituality. Even though, although because he has a doctorate, he's a PhD, so he's able to claim it as as science, empiric, and it's more falls along the lines of empirical science. So his is maybe more accredited, but more or less he validated it though. He came along and solidified it to the point where I happen to have a whole deck of tarot that's specifically dedicated to his works. But not only that, there are textbooks written about him and his thoughts about the archetypes, which these these are archetypes. So you see, very metaphysically, it's they walk side by side, but people can't see that union because they don't really get it. Like, some people are literally saying there's no such thing as metaphysics, and this is so important for your mentality. That's what it was created for. And there it's like, somebody who says, "Well, I don't believe in storing data," and so they never touch a computer ever because they don't believe in storing data. Yeah, that is as bad as, like, when they say burn the tarot cards is like spiritual database. It's like the memory for spirituality. It helps us to remember and recall what's going on in the world, spiritually. And also of course, what's going on, as you say, spiritually, is what's going on in the real world. And of course, and I'm able to make predictions about the world. Another thing that people want to be able to do, but if they can't even accept the smallest, simplest things, how in the world they're going to, when they go to try to predict what's going on in the world, and they can't see similarities in metaphysically, how are they going to actually accurately, that's it's not because I'm a super psychic the reason why why my predictions are so precise. It's not because I'm a super duper psychic. It's because I understand the similarities between metaphysics and that of, like, metaphysically, the similarities between what is spiritual and also what is in the waking world, the real world. So I'm able to, whenever I predict something in the real world, even on the world stage, that's why my predictions are true. And even if the person puts their label, even if they say they were a druid, they still write down the wrong prediction for the question. Or if they say they're a prophet, they still are writing down the wrong information about the subject. Or they end up like, not understanding because they're not connected with spirituality in the way that is metaphysical. They end up on the wrong side of the argument or the wrong side of history, as they say. Like you have somebody's a prophet, but yet they're rooting for the villain because the villain is they're rooting for the bigger person. So they root for the one that they have an 8 pack or 12 pack. Have an 8 pack, big wings, broad shoulder, big muscles, and big head, big neck. That one. They're gonna root for that one and not the smaller one. Like if these days people would be rooting like if there's gonna be two people who fight and there's gonna be a Goliath and a David. These days people will be rooting for Goliath. These prophets today, people claim or they want to be a prophet, they'd say, I'm rooting for Goliath. My money's on Goliath, but I'm representing these as countries. So they would be this is the archetype for like two nations, right, battling each other. And they would say, well, which one is gonna fall ultimately? Even like for the good fight, the long haul, who's gonna take it? They're gonna root for Goliath these days. It's the spiritualist today, the wizard, whatever, witch, prophet, that psychic, whatever you want to call him, they're gonna root for Goliath these days. They'd be like, well, Goliath got this easy. And then they start spinning it like it's prophetic. Like God said, Goliath is going to champion. Goliath is going to win. That's they're saying. Like they don't have a principle, to stand on. And I thought, like if you're okay, being a psychic and being a what we call a a a a light healer. Well, I'm a light healer is what I do. I work with the light. That's what psychics tend to say. But it also implies that you have a principle. Like I just stand up for what's right. Even if you are scrawny, little bitty old thing, and you don't really have much of a soul to start with, you're not even a believer, but you think, at least you think, you have something more to give to this world while you are living, and you do at least celebrate life. You at least celebrate life. So then, as a light person, I'm going to pour all my energy into that. The fact that you do celebrate life, you do want to live, and you want to offer more. You just in your at the current your current state, you're just not sure if it's you. So that's where I come in. Now today, if you come in and you look scrawny and you're also saying you're too scrawny and you don't have much to offer, these days a prophet or whatever, a wizard, maybe even a psychic is gonna look at you and say, which is like a cold reading. They're gonna cold read you, and say, well, you don't look like much. And they're going to just feed on that, especially if there's money involved. Like you trying to pay them well, if I pay you, you'll automatically get muscles. Well, if I pay you, I should get bigger, right? So I just keep paying you money and I just get bigger and bigger. And especially but they're definitely going to say, yeah, you're not going to go out and be much. They're gonna like, you're not gonna do anything. So it's like they be rooting opposite of you. Like if they had to choose, work with scrawny and you may not have bet. Look, I can't pay you much either. I don't have that much money. Because though you're scrawny, you're slim in the bank account, versus somebody who's like a Goliath, who is what, if they like six, whatever. They're just big. They could be 5'3" and big, but 5'3". 5'4", they can 5'4" and full of muscle. But it doesn't matter. They're bigger than you. And they're like, and their money is long. They're probably gonna go with that one than you. They'll go with that one. They'll go with the one who's like, yeah, why you what? Okay, so why is it that you want to go at him? I want to just prove that I can. I just want to just I just want to just break the soul, take everything you got, whatever's left. We don't, you're like, he doesn't have much, but it's just something I'm going to do. So you're like, okay, well, let me help you. So they're more like rooting for Goliath. They'd be rooting for Goliath. And that is how is that spiritual? That's not spiritual. That's not even a psychic's way. You gotta have principles. I have principles, and yes, I would actually now trust and believe. If the person is uh is like what do you call it, 5'4" and scrawny and a villain. A villain's a villain. I don't care if it's four. I don't care if it's 4'5", 4'6". A villain is a villain. Definitely, I'd be rooting for the bigger one. Yeah, if that's a villain, but I'm saying if he's more than proven himself, he has but yet he may have not even sure if he has a soul, but if his spirit is strong, if his spirit is a champion, I will support. I will like start investing energy into that person. I keep saying him. It could be him or her, but him for this occasion. I would pour my energy into him. And I'm like, look, let's figure this out. Like about women being on principle. Women, as women are, right? They're supposed to be like, I'm not going to call them weak. They're just between comparison. Women are just they're built different. They think about things differently. They emote differently. Okay, a lot of women on their own with nobody helping them. More than often, women challenge their corporate settings a lot. And so women call in, they're like, look, I'm challenging my corporate setting. Am I gonna be okay? Like, look, and we go into deep subjects like, okay, I call something I call profiling. I start profiling in individual, like, okay, this person is this, you'll get this, you get this. Okay, this person here, you can trust them. This one will at least listen to what you got going on. Then there's some people you can't trust. Like this one, you can't trust this one. So yeah, definitely. I'm working. I'm trying to figure out. Let me tell you, if you're gonna work with them, fine. But keep an eye open or one eye open on them. I don't believe you can trust them, but this is how it plays out, and you'll see it play out in this meeting. You'll see it all play out, and you'll say, "Yeah, I can't trust that person." So I always give them signs that they can pick up on as it's happening, so that they know, okay, I can't trust that person. Dial my energy back, and that's women. So women do end up in a David versus Goliath type of situation where I'm like, I'm rooting for her. Then some people would be like, why don't you just go in there and apologize? Why don't you just go in there and just like, don't you just give up now? Like and these are prophets. They're like, let me tell you something. You're being taught a lesson here. You gotta like stand in there and let them take advantage. Like take your go experience the demotion, but stay there. You know, and then try to figure out how to get back in good graces. Don't try to branch out to other companies. Don't dare go for that interview that's going to get you into the position that you actually want to be in, that you actually know you're working so hard for at this one, that just keep you constantly in turmoil. So that's how like people like prophesy these like where's the miracle in that? There's no miracle or nothing. So let alone psychic. It's not miracle. It's not psychic. It's not spiritual. Because spiritual, is when you think of spirituality, some people think that like taking up abuse is by way of dealing with fear. Like what are you afraid of to take a no? You're supposed to. The spirit gives you the ability to stand up against injustices before the abuse happens, and you are not afraid. That is the context. That's what makes it spiritual. That's what makes it metaphysical. So you see what I'm saying? And so people want to step into these very sensitive roles, and they want to speak into people's lives, and they want to tell people how to live their life, and but they don't have a principle that or code that they stand on. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So it says if you understand Satan so much psychologically, it says you'd understand why he became that from his spiritual origin, Lucifer. Um, actually, um, actually, um, the thing is that se- initially, it's psychologically you're talking about someone who is gaslit into. That's why people to this day are probably why there's a spirit of gaslighting, because you're people who fall in love with Lucifer love Lucifer, a brother who never loved them, who never even wanted them. But they'll claim that brother and do everything that that brother wants them to do. And that brother didn't like them from day one. It's kind of like the brother who or sister who didn't like you the day that you were conceived, let alone the day you were born, and plotted against you from the day you got here, the day you were born. That is what Lucifer is. That's Lucifer. And there's no distinction between it's kind of like a person who was not a convict, a person becomes a convict, that's still the same person. People be like, Satan is Satan and Lucifer is Lucifer, because they're trying to, what they do, they're very good at, look at the good things he did. Don't like remember for just for the bad things, like as though he's some kind of human that died. Remember his valor, the good things he did for, like he died serving our country, but at the same time, he also shot a lot of people on top of a building. I can't think of. I mean, there's plenty of. It's kind of. I'm just throwing some things out there. Like they don't say is it like the psychologists would say can't true be true at the same time. A person can be both have done good things and also ultimately in the ends of their life do very poorly, do bad things. There are people who build up platforms and they are like perfect angel. They get tired, get sick, and then they say a bad word or say something just to get away from that life. Like and it's like, how could you say that? It's still the same person. But you had such a wonderful platform. That's still the same person. There's not a distinction between the person who said the words, that you now despise them for, versus the person who was like, anybody need anything? Just inbox me. I helped this person get on their feet and all the wonderful things they did. Or this person cheat on the wife, or the wife cheated on is having an affair with a married man. Blah 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 blah. Still the same person, and we don't give that grace to pastors. Like the moment that a celebrity breaks our heart, oh Lord forbid, the celebrity is in a scandal or says something like years ago. If they were Lucifer, I guess that goes with the perks of being divine, being a divinity. But if that was a Lucifer or a Satan into Lucifer, whatever, he would be covered. Trust me. They would be like, oh no, he's actually of the light. He's done a lot of good things. They would not care what he said in Twitter, at 12 if he was Lucifer. Trust that. But because you're not Lucifer, you're a human. So psychologically, I'm saying, or okay, what about Luigi, that Luigi fella who shot that CEO in the back of the head? Okay, he a genius, smart. Obviously, they showed all him. Like also his granddad millionaire, so he's not even a poor guy. He's not even he can't he doesn't qualify to be a voice for the poor. I mean, he's not poor, He was to inherit all of his grandfather's fortune. Okay, and he's lived a very charmed life. He was the kind of lifestyle that got to party with a not have to go rent a hotel room, not go to some. No, he got to party on campus with the rest of his peers. We're talking about the fraternities, and so forth. And sounds like the sorority girls were really into him too. Like he was liked. He could have had a little relationship. He could have went on and engineered software that could have turned his world around. He could have fixed things, but he did. That's the problem. I already, by the way, I already looked at this. He didn't have a mentor. He they thought him to be so smart that they never thought, well, who could mentor him? So they never mentored him, and they never prepared him to become like a legacy. After his grandfather, who by the way, multi-million dollar real estate he acquired agency. If you don't know this, I'm pretty sure you would know this if you, especially if you like TikTok, because it was like he exploded like wildfire. So there's many things that he could have done. Like he could have also used his influence as well to get people thinking about making healthier changes. So but he did this one action, right? And they pretty much celebrated him. I mean, right? So that's what he did. They celebrated him. So psychologically, what I'm saying, gaslit, gaslighting, spirit of being gaslit. So there's a lot. There's just a lot. We can go on and on and on, about that psychologically. Why? No, psychologically, he didn't like you. Psychologically, gaslit, and you're trying to. Uh, like what they say, make somebody like you when that woman or that man don't like. They showed you signs. You in bed with them. They told you they don't like being in this relationship. They told you that they are not happy, and there's no way you can make them happy. But you're like, I'm gonna make this person happy, make this person love me. All that comes from that interaction. All that's about you, the love you have, you want to give of yourself to that entity, that Lucifer entity. So that is that's psychology. That's psychology. So yeah, that's the psychology that people have to deal with. Yeah, no, okay, yeah, yeah. Warnings. It says that's what yeah, a non-servient, yeah, to serve him. Yeah, not just yeah. He didn't. No, that's new. He doesn't even want to be served. He doesn't even want you. Lucifer doesn't. He doesn't want to be served. People like making it out like he's trying to win y'all over to serve him. He doesn't want to be served. He doesn't need you to serve him. He doesn't need any of that. He needs you to mess up. He needs you to not exist. That's all he's about. Everything that he's about each time. Okay, in Job's case, when he's like trying to get Job to betray God, all that wasn't about getting Job to serve him. It wasn't looking for service. When he's testing Jesus Christ, he wasn't asking Jesus Christ, serve me. He wasn't asking Jesus Christ to serve him. He was asking, I want you to not be you. I want you to not exist. Every time any interaction Lucifer has had, he's never asked, could you please serve me? It's not about serving. People want to be served. People want to be a psychic, so people will be servant or subservient to them. That's why people want spiritual psychic gifts because they think that people. I don't read people for them to hang out with me all day. I read people so that they can move on. So when I do a psychic reading, that person is getting wealthier, richer in their bank accounts, and then they go sleep with their spouse, and and then they go and build a house and they have a child, and then they like start a business where they're going to become richer, and then they are rich and wealthy in the heart with love and happiness and joy and living and thriving in life within success, basking in success. Like their conversation is like a soap opera. It's always Yeah, I'm in a conflict. I'm having some word exchange with a with a constituent. Oh, by the way, did I tell you that I'm doing a speak? Yeah, I'm going to be speaking live, or I've been nominated, under a mentorship program that I'm going to, Oh, did you know I'm heading a department now? Yeah. Can you believe it? It's finally happening. So that's the way their readings eventually become. So get it? So yeah, that's what we do. And then people start getting interested in, so what do you think about this whole God thing? That's when they start saying, like spiritually, or like, hey, do you think that men and women should, like, women should actually get, like, like the injustices, they start to look at, like, women are like the men do get better of the, like, pick of work than women, and we get, like, the women get the little bit, last little bit of work, to choose from. They get whatever's left that the older people don't want, the men. Like, they start thinking about, like, real real stuff. So that's what I'm saying. Not this. Oh, you don't believe yet. Oh, you suck. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, there probably ain't no room for you. Yeah, where you're going. And you never get to the part where that person could have, been taken advantage of, like, intimately, and this was the time they could have received a healing, like a releasing that vibe. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, real stuff, real human, real flesh stuff. And then when they're able to shed that and realize, okay, nothing is wrong with them. It's not them. They start getting interested in helping the world. Like they say, charity starts at home first. First heal yourself, then heal others. You're like not addressing hurt and pain, right? You're alienating that. They're not allowed to talk about. They can't talk about it with you, or you take it. Oh, you're a hurt person. Well, give me some of that hurt. Like you're trying to hurt them more, and they never get healed. And then you say, oh, he's gonna, like, it's gonna be okay. Yeah, yeah. There's, got something in store for you. You send them out there, and they're still holding that, and now you have sort of ordained them to now tell this sort of stuff to other people. Is what? I tell you what, I'd rather run into one of my clients who've been just not getting therapy help, but just who've been speaking with me and enhancing as they grow, growing as they develop. I'd rather run into them, any of them, than to run into somebody like that. Somebody who's they're under some kind of leadership, or they start to talk to a prophet or whatever, a pastor, bishop, whatever, and who don't even care to hear their story. Don't handle the situation. Give them a certificate, so they get a certificate. Now you go out there and you be a light for the world, and then the first thing they do is hurt me up. It's hurt me, and then I'm like, no, no thanks. I'd rather run into one of my clients. My clients are lovely. You run into, like, people who run into my clients who are like, for the, like, strangers and people they just meet, and they tell me, I'm like, well, I already know they treat me well, but I'm just saying, if I were a stranger and I ran into one of my clients, I'd be well taken care of. They treat me so kind. So that's what gosh, I don't have enough words to say that. My gosh, free choice. No, okay. So angels do have free will. They do have willpower, obviously. But that's okay. Think about it. Angels were not allowed. And okay, first of all, we talk about real family here, real love. I know people don't have this concept. Okay, so you have Jesus Christ, right? The Word, right? Who is their family? They love the Word. They are like, like, protect the King, right? And so it says that the angels would have actually sacrificed themselves if that would be enough to save the world. Meaning, this is obviously before Jesus Christ becomes a sacrifice, right? They would say, let us do it. But this is why they can't. Why can't that the angels do it? It's not because they're too weak. It's because they're too righteous. They're too righteous. Even Jesus Christ could not be a sacrifice. That's why he became a mortal. That's why he became mortalized or human or flesh, so that he could be a sacrifice. Now that makes way more sense now, doesn't it? Why did he, if he's God, why did he have to do it that way? Because the priority God or his dad said it's always have taken blood. And so the blood before came, which is the only rule that law that was removed, is the law of blood. That's the only one. That's it. And then stop there. Period. That's all. And what did that do by taking away that law? It takes away the human man's responsibility to be your priest, that says you can't be saved unless you talk to me first. Now that doesn't mean like then Catholics have it wrong. It just means that that priest who, like, it doesn't have to like go through the formalities of um, killing and, like doing a what they call a burnt sacrifice or killing an animal for you to be saved. That's what that means, right? So he's not even doing the old things that priests would have to do for you to be cleared of sin. And so Jesus Christ, the only one who could, that's why he's the only one that could, because it means that he had to disconnect from the righteous part, and through understand by taking on the flesh. And then that would be the flesh that where the blood would come from. And that made it, because he is a deity, that made it ultimate, where now you interact with him and have clarity, become cleared. Okay. So this means that because they're righteous, this means that they also encourages that they have free will. Also, they have to watch over you until the day, until, okay, so will they always have to be around you? They're not serving you. They're, first of all, they're not serving you. They can be assigned to you, but they are only servants of God, not you. In fact, they shouldn't like you on a human level. Speaking from a human heart, there's no reason to really like a human if you're an angel. They don't want to be you. And they shouldn't be jealous of you, but in the story, obviously, their free will. We haven't got that far yet. But I'm clarifying. I'm qualifying this first. One day they will not even have to watch over you. They can completely, because if you're going to be elevated to your rightful spiritual state, they don't have to watch over you anymore. That means they get to, in the biblical it says, and they will praise forever and ever and ever and ever, meaning I'm finally free of you, because they have to watch over you day and night. They do. They watch over you day and night, but they also are righteous, and so they can't like cover your sin. That's why, praying to an angel to cover your sin, you can ask them to protect you, guide you, give you wisdom. You can do those things, but like cover you as in do the whole Christ thing. They can't do that because they're too righteous. And what that means is they would absolutely judge you instead of like they did in Sodom and Gomorrah when all those people was jealous of them and looking at them and like, they wanted to harm them, right? And violate them. And they said, this city is nasty. So they were acting out their righteous self would be just wipe them out. So that's what happened there. You see? And so the Christ part, that's why you get the word mercy is assigned to is to the Jesus Christ, and God's or Jesus Christ's mercy showed mercy on the world, and why the priority God was allowed to show the world mercy through his son. Hence, through his son, you can clear yourself. That's what that's the context. That's Corinthians, right? So now let's go back to the Satan question. So Satan did have free will. That means he had the free will. He decided on his own that I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do that. These are very specific things that was told to him to do, and he chose through his free will to do opposite that. So angels are not mindless robots. God doesn't even like robots. He didn't even make you into a robot. He said, do as thou will. He didn't say without repercussions. There would be repercussions, there will be results, there will be rewards, there will be discipline. But yeah, you could do whatever you want to do. Yeah, including worship. You don't have to have any, worship doesn't have anything to do with me, but there's a consequence for everything. There's a result for everything. And so he just makes that very abundantly clear. Okay, so then when God was like, leave them, let them be, leave them alone. Instead, through free will, he decided to meddle in mortals' affairs, and it wasn't even in a good way. Okay, Mercury, right? Hermes is said to give fire to humanity. So they were like, I guess I must will say that they were freezing and they were in caves, and he and the missus were like, oh gosh. So Hermes brought down gifted man fire. And then that's when ingenuity began, right? So that's helpful. That's even if it's just a story, that's helpful. Okay. Now, Lucifer, he that people tried to contribute that Lucifer gave knowledge to humanity because the representation that, well, he did tell them how to gain knowledge and to become uh, gods, in other words, lowercase g even. And something that they already had. Like they had knowledge. They had everything that they needed and wanted, but everything was for a reason. Was everything for a reason? Was everything purposeful? Yes. Everything is absolutely purposeful. And um so he he introduced, he didn't give, he more like introduced. He may have, what do you call it, gaslit. I wouldn't call it inspired. He inspired. Well, he inspired, them to gain knowledge like the gods. It was more like he, he misled. He misled. He maybe persuaded. He gaslit them into thinking that they were going to be more than what they were. That they would indeed become gods, but gods, don't die. They don't. Gods are eternal. And so now in your process of becoming like reunited and finding unity in your process of discovering unity again, yes, that's why it's like you can be on your way in steps to just becoming, the first steps to be like towards immortality, so to speak, or the nature of immortality. Then there's a whole philosophy on that. Like, okay, if there's a part of you that's always immortality, then it becomes what quality of experience will your immortality have? So when you leave this space, what will be the quality of your life, eternity? That's what that would mean. It's not so much, do I want to become everlasting or immortal, but what does that even mean? Because there are plenty of accounts in the Greek mythos where Zeus had punished, or the gods had punished people for the rest of their lives. For the rest of their lives, they're going to be doing the like one thing or the same thing over and over, and that's their punishment, and that's eternally. So it's like they're eternal, yes, but eternally they are. This is not what they wanted to do forever and ever. Like, let alone the rest of my life, you're in prison. But I mean, for now, you have somebody saying you're immortal, and as is your punishment is immortalized for throughout all eternity. That's different. That sounds way different. It isn't like time served. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking like, no, 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 you don't understand. Your mind can't even, we can't even perceive it unless we think of vampires. We can't really perceive what it really means. Like, and then when we think of vampires, we only think of like 4 centuries, 6 centuries. That's where the story goes. Oh, that's a 6th century, 7th century. Wow, 700 years. That's as far as you can think of when it comes to eternity. To think eternity, like the vampire movie they write, I was there, I saw him crucified, blah, 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 and I drank his blood. That means you were here, you saw, oh my gosh, you saw Christ. That's like, and then it's like 1987. He's wearing a suit, he's on the internet, but that's as far as you can even conceive, like when you think eternity, when you think of the sense of being immortal, is as far as you can think of it as is equivalent to that that type of idea. So anyway, um, so he more like gaslit them into thinking that they were going to be something that they're not. Like, I'm your friend, gaslighting them. I'm your friend, and you think that I'm here. You think he's there to give you more, even more knowledge. And what ends up happening is you find out the truth that he's not here to help you. There's even a modern way to say this. Okay, the Satanic Temple, the Satanic. We knew where they were going. The Satanic Temple said, "We are, fighting against the system. All we wanted is just as much as recognition." It sounds benevolent, right? Sounds fair. One, so they decided they were going to say, well, let's take it to Russia. Did you know that when the villain kicks you out and bans even you, says a lot. So, like, he was going to say Lucifer made Lightbringer makes all these promises. You'll connect with Russia. And I'll guide you there. He'll light the way, and then the head, the president, President Putin, literally bans the Satanic Temple, bans anything connected to Satan. It's like I'm a lot of things, but I'm not going to be the one to bring on, you know, uh, that, which plays into anarchism, and which he's very much against. Spiritually. He also turns out, yes, he's a fan of Christ. If like he's a lot of things, he's a lot of villain, but did you know he also is a fan of Christ? So he's a villain, just like a supervillain, but he also attends mass, but not dark mass, not dark, not black mass. He attends the Christian version mass. That's the first time I said Christian in all this conversation. So pin that, y'all. You pin that. So now what do you do? You're not given the things that you were promised, and you went all in. Like, how much, like, there, how, when you go all the way and you do the whole black lipstick and you look like a monster. You've hailed Satan, you've acknowledged it publicly, you have denounced God, you denounced Christ, you've denounced the Bible, you did it all. You've done the ritual publicly, you've gone all in. What more could you do? So you did it just to be told that your beliefs are not welcome at the highest peak of your destination. And that goes to show that the universe metaphysically has a bigger plan than what we even can think of. And yes, and so people are gaslit. They're gaslit. Angels are different from archangels. Um, angels are angels. Archangels, there are an archangel is like a level. Like there's archangel, and then there's the phylums of angels. So like the cherubim, the seraphim, in those types of angels. Like an archangel is more like a title because actually your archangels are seraphim angels. There's seraphim angels that are archangels. So archangels is more like a title. Like Michael is an archangel. He's an angel, seraphim, but archangel. That's an archangel. Hmm. It's a title. Like there's different, then there's phylums, so they're like there's like the different levels of phylum, but they're the same. An angel's an angel. They're the same angel. The angel, archangel Lucifer was an archangel or a seraphim. Lucifer was a seraphim, an archangel. But guess what? Michael is a seraphim, also an archangel. Archangel Michael overthrew Archangel Lucifer. And that's why, did you know what's his Little Nas? You know his shoes? Remember he got a bit flack. You know why Little Nas, every time they try to take out Little Nas, like the special, I don't know if you know, well, okay, so there's this thing. There's a sector in the black community where Christians, pastors, the church, and also just people, right? They're always trying to take down this one boy named Little Nas. He's a rapper. Are you familiar with him? He created the shoes, and his shoes is red. It had blood in it. I'm being devil's advocate here. I'm speaking like a lawyer. So this is the thing. They were like, they took the scripture. Hold on. Let me get it. Let me grab the scripture. Romans, because it's really great. You'll like this, what I'm going to say. I got to make sure I get the right scripture. It's really cool. Uh, which one? No. I always got to look up his shoes. Hold on. Gosh. Uh, Let me get the right scripture. Well, I can tell you what it's about so that you know. So basically, the reason why, like, why does he keep coming back? Like, it's like, who has his back? It's like God has his back or something. Like, why is it that like, all the stuff he's done, he's just one little boy. Like, how is it? Because here, I'm reading this. I'm gonna read it together. So his shoes basically has Luke 10:18 on the side, and then at the bottom, it has blood in it, right? And that's what, and people are like, oh, that's satanic. And so they were like, so there's a scripture that is miscalculated where they say, and where they think that Lucifer said, or somebody said that they saw Lucifer like descending like this bright shining and morning star, like this, like he's a celebrity, like he has gone like megastar. But this is what the scripture actually says. In Luke 10:18, Jesus said, and by the way, these words are written in red. That means Jesus said it. But also here it just says in Luke 10:18, Jesus says, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. This is when Jesus is saying, I was there when Satan fell, or Lucifer. That means Lucifer and Satan, they're the same person. The person you refer to as an archangel threw down Lucifer is the same Lucifer that Jesus is saying, I saw Satan fall like lightning from heaven. Now, it reads bright and morning star, and they say, oh, well, Lucifer is bright and morning star. Like Lucifer, like that show called Lucifer on Netflix. What's your name? Lucifer Morning Star. You know, but in the Bible, but the way it goes, morning star me is actually Jesus Christ. But it's not morning star, it's just star. So you don't capitalize morning. So it's not Jesus. right? Capitalized morning, capitalized star, morning light. No, it says Jesus Christ is the morning star. The star is capitalized. The S in star is capitalized, but not morning. But we get it. But here it says, and the morning star. Let me read. Let me see if I can find it in its original so that it make a little bit more sense. So, but yeah, I'm just saying. But obviously, that's the same being. That's my point. The same being, and people, get that like really confused. As well, what I'm saying. So, hey, oh, here it is. We go to the Greek. So Luke 10:18, very quickly. Okay, 10:18. He said, "Yet to them I beheld." He meaning Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ said, he said, "Yet to them I beheld the Satan adversary." That's what Satan means. As gleaming, or like lightning, gleaming out of the heaven, falling. That's what he said. So when they say the morning star, they're referring to Jesus. Not Morning star is not attributed to Satan or Lucifer. It's not. Like they always refer to Lucifer as being the morning star. Lucifer has nothing to do with morning star. And morning is not even capitalized. Star is capitalized. Yeah. So there you go. And he says gleaming is a word that they use for like star, like a gleaming is like a star, lightning. Yeah. Because it's also used as the gleaming stars, like gleaming. That's the correlation. So all of that. It says, yeah, you'll get called up said later. He said the head hurts. Okay, oh yeah, this kind of information does hurt your head, doesn't it? Yeah, all this new information, like it clears out. It's like it clears everything out, and then it rushes in. It's like, oh, yeah, I got you. I'm at this so long. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, Little Nas. Mornings, yeah, yeah, by Netflix. Yeah, Morning Star. Yeah, Morning Star is not even attributed to Lucifer. That's right. You got it. You nailed it. Except it would be spelled. This is the way it's spelled. Actually, biblically, it would just be. It's just morning. Morning Star, and but it's attributed to Jesus, meaning. I'll go ahead and write it. Meaning Jesus Christ. So it's more like it looks like this. This is the way that it would read, and that's actually attributed to Jesus. So Jesus is literally the star. The star. The sun is a star, the center of the universe. Yep. Yeah. I'll go ahead and pin this. Yeah, it's a lot. I know. I love these topics, bro. Yeah, I know, right? I love all these topics. These are my I usually study this, just to myself or on my own because I don't want nobody like, because people can go get kind of wacky. I've heard some wacky stuff, So so I just usually just teach it to myself, and then I'm like, and especially after I became, I had my ordinations and things. I was like, well, I am my own minister. I'm registered in database. I'm out. I just study for my pleasure. And then and it's like I kept growing and my gifts is growing, and I'm like I'm doing what ministers do, like I'm actually helping people spiritually. I'm giving them advice and giving them wise counsel. I'm staying in alignment with what is wholesome and spiritual, and and people are like finding themselves, and then they're asking even questions. Sometimes every now and then we get, I mean, we actually say like Jesus Christ, or we actually say God, and we're talking about in a psychic reading conversation, which is like we don't even bring those words up. We don't bring up scripture. We don't. We're the ones who said, like, why do people say universe instead of God? That's political correctness. That's so that we could speak to people from all over the world. And so instead of like offending people, we say universe, as in universally God. So whatever God, like if you're, so it's not rather than me saying I'll help you, but first, okay, whose God are you on? Like, whose side are you on? Instead of saying that, like, do you study like Allah? Do you like, are you with Krishna? Like, who are you? Are you a Buddhist? Instead of saying, asking them that, I just say universe. Like we say universe. Then they did. Oh, okay, yeah. You mean like God? I'm like, yeah, yeah. And then I give them something that they actually can use. Like, hey, your grandmother wants you to visit your grandfather more. Oh, I haven't talked to my grandfather in so long. Like it's been like 2 years. Does my grandfather really want to talk to me? He never really talked to me much. So I didn't even know. And I'm like, yeah, your grandma, she's like letting you know, pass on this message that you should really get in touch with them. He's like looking for you to walk in at any moment now. Or he pick up the phone, or the phone rings, he picks it up and it's you. And they're like, really do it. They're like, yeah, I could tell in their face that that really like made them happy. He was just lying down, in bed, and I went over there, and I thought he was going to be in a lot of pain. He said he was doing fine. I was like, yeah, you need to see him in a good way. And it's good that you reached out, and he really did like that experience. They called me back and telling me these things. I was like, oh my gosh. I like. Do you really believe in like spirits and? It's just that these types of things when they happen, that is crazy. There's some interesting things that have happened, and I'm like I am the witness. I'm the witness. So I'm witnessing these things happen because I'm literally getting paid to say these things. I'm like, this is my life. So that's why I started like saying, you know what? I need to start doing readings live so that not so much that you can hear the conversation, but it's more like there's a lot of wisdom. There's so much wisdom that come through me channeling spirit. I'm like, oh, I should remember that. I should say that. So I started doing these live because wisdom happens. Wisdom comes through, even though spirits, because wisdom, the spiritual wisdom is powerful. So even though the knowledge is for them, there's wisdom keys and things about the future that happen through conversation, and that is it's just astounding. And then witnessing what people tell me, like when spirits say, yeah, you should go talk to somebody who you've not talked to for years. They're like, oh my god, that's so random that you would say that. That's so crazy. Like, what made you even say, like, you said that? And I'm like, that's just they letting you know that. So then the rest of things that they say, like, you should go for that position. You've been thinking about it. Go ahead, start that art studio. That's like backs it up, double down. Like, now shouldn't you start that studio that you've been wanting to start, especially now that you know that you feel maybe that they just might be talking to you, rather than, oh yeah, you just saying that because you got the fact that I'm interested in art and that I should go into my own practice, and you're just making me feel good. And then they say something wild and detailed like that, and then it's like, yeah, but you did pick out something that I would have never have thought to even tell you. Maybe I should start the studio, open up a studio, get my own art up on the wall. Yeah. So that's the way that I utilize the readings. I call it psychic readings. Other people might call it, call themselves whatever they call themselves. But I always say psychic. Stuff. Yeah, this is the things that they don't teach you in school. In fact, okay, so my universal studies don't teach the Bhagavad Gita. Like they'll paraphrase Bhagavad Gita, but if I want to study about the Bhagavad Gita, if I want to study about I mean, they'll use Jesus Christ's like parables. They use some parables, but like if I when I wanted to study about like Leviticus, I have to go to Leviticus. And what I discovered, I wouldn't want nobody. I don't trust anybody to teach me now. Now that I know what I know, I like if I just happen to be around, I got to the point where when people start talking about a scripture, they give a scripture, I immediately go look it up, and then I read it, and all the time, it's very rare even that they're even talking to scripture. It's like where it makes sense. Like, but most of the time, if not all the time, it's they got it mixed. It's mixed up. They got it all messed up. So I probably won't even like really trust anyone to teach it to me. I will listen to them, but my distrust in their not taking their word for it will make me go look it up myself, and I'm already in my consciousness thinking it's going to be different than what they're telling me. Like my favorite diehard go to is the book of is a chapter 25, 24, and 25 Leviticus, and that's the whole controversy. Does God um, does God okay, I don't know the word they use. Does God okay or favor slavery? That's another word. And does God enable slavery? He not only does he okay it, but he enables it. That all that is wrong. Have you ever watched Merlin? Merlin the Wizard. Like Merlin and the whole Camelot. Do you know that fictional story? Okay, there's a an episode I just watched, and it's a phenomenal thing. It's written in New Testament, because that would be New Testament territory, being Europe, right? New Testament, right? The whole Jesus Christ thing. Jesus Christ is their dear Lord Savior, year of our Lord, right? So there's like two instances. Okay, so in the New Testament, right, they use the word ward. And then you look up what a ward is. A ward is somebody you allow into your home. So many oftentimes when they in where people will speak modernly about these scriptures, if you read in Greek, it uses the word ward, but theirs is more like servants and slave and things. But but ward meant somebody who you looked after, and they were a guest. So there's that. And even in the Leviticus, like I described, instead of using, they use slavery in when they talk about Leviticus, but the Hebrew says hired ones, and not make servants to serve, which means don't make a slave to slave around. Instead, they said these are hired ones, meaning these are servants for hire, and explains explicit, very explicit, explains that. Now, these are commandments, so this is it would be Yahweh saying these things. So I don't have time to go buy a van and start traveling around the U.S. telling people about this. I'm not gonna do that. Don't expect. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go from town to town. I'm not gonna be a troop. I'm not even going to be a church. I'm not even going to. I wouldn't even share this with you. It's just it's a good piece of information, and considering the subject. Yeah. So that's the only reason I'm bringing this up, because I know it's kind of touchy. But so that's why I would. So just I mean that this is an extreme conversation. Oh, and then what about, well, do you believe that God wants people to stay to their own? Like, no, like don't make apples into oranges and oranges into apples. That is also false because the chapter before that one, one that is so controversy, in chapter 25, the entire chapter is about two, not only uh, two people from two different religions, but also two races had a boy, and the boy was being ostracized by the young men of Israel. And Moses went to Yahweh and asked, "What do I do? Who's in the right?" So it was an Israeli woman who and an Egyptian father, and the young Israeli men were picking on the. And now this is Bible. This isn't the Quran. This isn't another. This is actual. I mean, the Old Testament, New Testament Bible, Leviticus chapter 24, a wonderful chapter, beautiful chapter. Um, Yahweh told Moses that they are to the church. He said specifically the assembly. What is it? Was a church? A church is an assembly. He says they are to pelt the men, and yeah, they punished him for being for discriminating or being prejudiced for his prejudices, and it's very explicit. I'm saying something. Pelting is already a naughty. I mean, that's a pretty dark word. And pelting does means they put hands on him. So, and that's in chapter. I know you don't believe me, but it's in Leviticus 24, and and it does literally say it's not. You don't have to like. It's not. Oh, this a matter of fact. Look at the historical records. No, you saying scriptures said this. Yes. The problem is this is the same scriptures that's been here all along. And why haven't they said this? Why haven't they read these things to you? Why are they not wanting to? This seems like a real moneymaker right here. This kind of information. Why are they not saying this to you? See, that's why I don't. That's why when people teach or practice or talk about it, I listen and then I will like I don't really believe what you're saying, or let me at least let me go check on it because it might and most likely it's going to be not what you saying it is. It's very rare even that it's even remotely what people are saying that it is, and that's why I am very happy that I went and and kept going with you know the so that spiritually, even if I don't use scriptures, I can spiritually help speak in a different way to people that get them connected with spirituality honestly. So so mystically, they find their way. Yeah. King Arthur, yeah. That I know. Okay, yeah, okay. So in that series, he refers to Morgana as the king does, as his ward, not Arthur, but Arthur's father. So that's his the ward. That's New Testament. But now there's a conversation between Merlin and Arthur, and they're young men. And I'm watching this episode where these scoundrels are attacking his mother's village. His mother came and sought him out, and she had her eye bruised from the situation. And he said, "Who did it to you?" So there's a point where Arthur had got his mom audience with the king, with his dad, and his dad said, "Hey, there's nothing we can do because it's territorial integrity. It's not our territory, but we would have these people taken care of if you just were in Camelot." So Arthur is sort of standing out there on the ledge. Merlin comes and says, "Arthur, I have to go." He says, "I gotta." He's like, and he's telling to. I mean, now Arthur refers to Merlin as his manservant or servant. And otherwise, in Leviticus, hired one, not a servant as in serve to serve to make servant to serve, not like to enslave to serve, but a hired one. Merlin what is a servant, which by the way, when he goes back to his town, his friend is picking on him. Look at you. You're his servant. Like when you call him your friend, you're his servant. But he's like, no, he's talking about emotionally, but I'm talking about the fundamentals. He's no, he's hired. He's a hired one, paid to serve, like giving lodging, being provided for food, education, can grow, but not just to discount, there are slavery there, by the way, because his teacher gets awarded his freedom. So there is that, right? The human stuff. But I'm talking about the biblical references, because Merlin, though a servant, he says, I'm going back home. I'm going to leave. I'm going to go home." Which that's how Arthur gets pulled into the whole adventure. Arthur catches up to Merlin and like, "Merlin, you're no warrior. I'm the warrior. I'm gonna help." Like something he chooses doing, like the noble knight, thing. But my point is, he was not a slave servant type. He was more like, I mean, he's definitely a servant, and and how far does that get you? Who wants to be a servant, right? Who wants to even be? The people would like probably. There's people who prefer to be employed by others, but then there are people who are like, "I'd rather be my own boss. Nobody tell me what to do." So I'm not saying it's all sparkly. All I'm saying, don't get it messed up. We're talking about, that's medieval times, right? They don't even have a cell phone. I'm just saying, not even a payphone. I'm just saying that when he was ready to leave, like a slave can't leave. A slave can't say, "Well, I have to go to my check on my mom." Like, well, at one point he says, "So he says, you're leaving?" Arthur asked Merlin, "So you're leaving?" And Merlin's response to Arthur is, "I have to take care of my mom before anyone else." He said specifically, "I have to take care of my mom before anyone else." A slave could never say those words. A slave can't say that. "I'm gonna go take care of my mom." That's like slaves. First thing, that you don't have anybody. There's nobody you can rely on. And you definitely, you don't get to take care of your own first. You don't get to take care of your family first. But Merlin was allowed to make that one statement, which clarifies his position, like what type of servant is he, and then he freely then let it. So he said those words and freely just gets on about his way. That's not a that's what the Old Testament referred to as hired ones, and it's spelled this way. This is the spelling. And also, okay, and it's also applied to women. There are hired ones, like, so men servants, and also maid servants, hired ones. And women were paid as well, paid in silver. Very clear that you were to pay them. So obviously, this is the earth world. So we're not saying that's what people did. We're pointing out what they didn't do. Hired. Is that the way? Hold on. Hired. It's spelled like this in the Bible. Hired ones. This is what it's spelled like. Hired ones. Yeah, that's the way it's. That's the how it's spelled out. So yeah, a person could be a servant, but be hired one. So like if you were an employee, you'd still be called a servant. In other words, yeah, yeah. Isn't that interesting? Some people would not be able to hear that. They're like, "I don't want to hear that." Yeah, but for people like on my side, that says like all that energy, it feels much lighter, right? Yeah, like I just something just lit, like a heaviness just lifts because it's the true word of God. That's why it lifts. Why if people, that was heavy, and then it's in you and it's oppressing you? No, it's like lighter. Your heart is lighter because that's the real word. The real word of God takes all that burden off of you. The real word of God. Yeah, don't get this wrongly. It says, "I don't even believe in tarot cards, crystal balls, pendulums, and things like that." Well, no, you don't get this wrong. I don't believe in prophets. I don't believe in prophets who get it wrong should be called prophets. I don't think that. I think that the way that, don't get this wrong, don't take this the wrong way. I don't believe that anybody, not you or anyone else, can tell God how God chooses to talk to somebody who can actually hear God. Somebody who can actually hear spirit, someone who can actually hear Jesus Christ. Like, I don't need somebody to come in here and tell me that Jesus Christ loves me. I speak with spirits, and I'm like, don't you think that Jesus Christ could tell me himself? It's kind of like somebody, like you walk up to me and telling me that my transitioned grandfather over there told you to tell me that he loves me. It's kind of like that. I'm like, how dare you? This is none of your like. Stay out of my family. Let me go about my day. Let me have my coffee. Don't ever waste any more of my time. Like if you're gonna say something like real, like I said, your grandmother wants you to talk with your grandfather more. In fact, he wants to talk with him like as soon as possible. And it's a grandfather who never talked to you. And you said, I gave up on that 2 years ago. That is something. Definitely interrupt my dinner. I want to hear you say that. But you, as a, not you specifically, but you claiming to be able to hear from Spirit, Holy Spirit, or God, and you not produce that is a problem. Right. So you can't say God can't talk to you because you have a staff with a crystal on top of it. You have this is called my rose quartz crystal twisted staff, and you're saying God is not talking to you or God cannot talk with you because you have those things. Well, it's not, besides, I don't think it's anyone's business what our conversations are, but you don't know. You don't even predict the future. You don't even predict the moment. You don't even read people. You don't even help anybody. You don't even turn people's lives around. Not you, but you don't even go out and minister to people. You only minister to people out of the ego. Like you presumptuous preaching. And you only try to preach to other spiritual people because that's less work. But you don't really speak to people like someone who's never even heard anything spiritual before, and no one would ever want to talk to them because they look wayward. They're not clean. They don't look good. They're not pretty. They don't have clean skin. They look like they're diseased. They look like they have emotional problems. Walk up to them and talk to them and not judge them. Even if they were wearing a pentagram, you can't even walk up to them and say, "Hey, how are you? So what's up with you? Like, come on, give me some news. What's some good? What's good?" They're like, "I'm good. I'm glad. How are you?" Like what? You see them smiling, and you start like letting them know how special, what a day it is. You people don't do that. Not you, but I mean, people who claim to be like, what can you see that I can't, that I haven't been able to see? What can you do that I haven't been able to do that I've actually done? This is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that people have selective hearing. They don't even know where spirit began. I'm just saying that people don't even know what spirit began. And you say if God is your only source, but you have to struggle to hear God. I'm able to connect every day. This means I'm connecting at will. I'm connecting simply because I need to connect. My people need me to connect. Well, no, actually, people okay, so they said that it doesn't matter if the prophet is false, that prophet is still a prophet. That's what the church said. That's what your church said. It doesn't matter if that prophet is a false prophet. That prophet is just um is not prophesying or speaking the word, is not speaking the word. So, and if my connection to Jesus Christ, right, or my connections to God, or my connections to whoever, my connection, let's say my connection is to Lucifer on a human level. If they're talking to me this way, why would I abandon the way that God chooses to talk to me for your sake to make you feel comfortable? That's kind of like don't be too white. People say, don't stop being so white. You just want to be white. Like, why should I change my personality to make you feel comfortable or more comfortable? That doesn't make any sense. I wouldn't do that on a human level. Now, let's get back to spiritual level. Let's say I'm talking to the true creator. The true creator had a conversation with me and decided, I'm going to talk to you this way. And then does. And I'm actually in communication with, and I know that this is the creator. I know this is what universe wants me doing. And I know, and being a testament in people's lives. Why would I change that up to help you feel comfortable? Or anyone, not you specifically, but anyone to feel comfortable. That's what I'm saying. So why would I want to on a human level, let alone, like, I don't like, okay, so there are lots of white people who are satanic, and I don't see anybody trying to save their lives or trying to preserve them or try to get them to get married or marry into the Christian, Orthodox unity. I'm not actual marriage, but I mean uh, like a crossover or a change up, or hey, you're oh, that's great, you're so smart, it'd be wonderful if you could do it this way because it would be more digestible for this people over here. When in actuality it was that it's opposite. You were open because the light through me shined, and you are comfortable opening up to me. And so there's a bit of a complex, the fact that there are tarot cards, crystal balls, and all of the such, and sometimes even people I find take it as an offense because they're like, what gives, again, the X-File group and the ego, the women ego, like, well, why would it be you? Why would Eloah use your vessel? You're not even female. Or why would, that's the female divinity for God. Why would God be in you? Or why would God give you supernatural powers or giftings of the prophecy? Why is God in your ear? Why do you predict the future? Why is that? You're not even, you talk white, but why are you, but like, why are you the one that God is speaking to? So just make sure, if you're not doing that, I mean, if you're not convicted, great. But I'm just bringing all that out. This is what I've come to experience. So, I'm not even chasing here. I'm not even overreaching. I mean, like, this is literal. So I'm just saying that the way that universe is speaking with me and giving me all of the knowledge on things that I have right now, and the slight conviction of, like, I went into those deep topics. I explained, the truth about Leviticus. I explained about the truth of the difference between hired ones of servants and servants who are just servants to serve, and also apples and oranges are not apples, etc. And there was a bit of a conviction there. So I'm just pointing some things out. So there is no real reason for me to help a person to feel comfortable, because this is a spiritual space. And so anybody who enters in, when the people, my clients, enter into this spiritual space, I let them know, hey, this is a spiritual space. Or hey, I'm not gonna beat down on you. This is a spiritual space. I'm not gonna cause you to feel bad because you ask a question. And people who contact me, okay, there's people who contact me, right? That person might be a witch, but there's Christians who contact me, who I work with, who actually go to church every Sunday. and who's trying to date their pastor who's married, and they're asking questions about their pastor. They want to know about their pastor. There's things like that. Okay. I'm not even going to bring up infidelity. I'm not going to bring up, who's cheating. I'm not bringing up like affairs or anything like that. I'm just specifically, let's just look at the church. People who are Christian, by the way, pastors and ministers and mega church pastors, nuns before they go into nunnery, I speak to them all, rabbis, but they come in for readings. But people who go to bona fide church, they're like, yeah, my pastor wouldn't want me talking to you, and that's fine. It's like, but I'm interested in my pastor. I kind of like my pastor. I see him looking at me every now and when, so what energy you get from him? I'm like, this is your pastor who's married, who has a whole family, and also who's leading your house. Ask me ask me a question. Ask me this. When they ask you these questions, do you answer their questions? I'm not going to answer my own questions. I want you to ask me that. Okay. So I'm just giving you a little my spiritual life. Okay, this is my spiritual space. But yeah, I do have a crystal. I mean, my crystal ball is in the next room. I do have a crystal ball though. Obviously, I have a staff with a crystal on it. I have a black mirror. I have many. I have more tarot cards than these. I just have them put away. I have so many. I have so much crystal. I have crystals that are awards. Like, I want you to do this right. Hold on, let me go. I'm gonna grab one. I'm gonna show you one. Only one though. I'll show you one. I see everyone wearing yellow. So I'm choosing one. I have a lot of these. And this is Isaiah Reed. Yeah, my name is Isaiah. I am the Isaiah, the one that they call from afar. Isaiah, Isaiah, Isaiah 45, Isaiah 45, Isaiah. I just refuse to, I'm not going. You can invoke that name. I'm never coming. But anyway, so I'm Isaiah Reed. Reed is also, Reed is special. Reed is in all cultures. And I also have a reed wand. But yeah, psychic, medium, astrologer. I have other ones where it says, other stuff too. But everyone's wearing yellow, so I thought I would share this one. I have awards. This is crystal. This is a crystal too. So yeah, this is a crystal. I have a crystal ball, but this is crystal too. I have awards. I was talking to this crazy psychic. This psychic got his tarot cards all over the place and trying to talk about the Bible. But this psychic even has awards in psychic. Can you believe it? Yeah, I want to be like, I'm up there. That's that. The grand all psychic. Yeah, a grand all psychic. The grand psychic. That's me. That's I'm the grand psychic. Oh gosh, that was so funny. Uh-huh. I do have, yeah, I have the whole shebang. 1 second. So here it is. Oh, there it is. Uh, quartz. Here it is. Yes, so I do have a crystal ball. I wasn't kidding. And yeah, and oh God, it's heavy. That was an exercise. Oh, hold on. Put you in here. Yeah, there. But yeah, I know. I do have a crystal ball. I really do. I'm not kidding. I have. Oh. Now, Get this, but the human side says a reason for only humans. Oh, guess what? Guess what? It says my. Yeah, I do have you know like you know like all of the things, all of the utensils, But when I read for people, I don't have to use tarot cards, but this is educational. These tarot cards, what people like yourself, you don't know. This is what you don't know. Let me do this real quick. This is what you don't know. In Psalms 119, Psalms 119, you have all of the letters, you have 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. And then out of 78 tarot cards, 78 tarot cards, there are 22 that are called the higher arcana cards. They are a deck that people play the game bridge in Europe, and then the other half is the regular poker cards. And I know you don't care for tarot, but this is spiritually educational. These tarot cards, these 22 cards correspond to the 22 letters of the alphabet. By the way, these tarot cards were created by Roman Catholic, a man who was Roman Catholic for the royal family. So he's royal Catholic. That would have been his beliefs. He made them and gave them as a gift to the royal family. So there's that. And yeah, we read them, but they also tell this biblical story. Like, for example, death. This is the church, that's the Pope. And this is the Pope praying for the church. This is the four Gospels: Mark, Luke, John, Matthew. Okay. And this is Eden, the angel in Eden. Um, so yeah, it tells the Bible. This is the judgment, the trumpet being blown. That means the resurrection. This is the Pope, and the Pope really does wear this robe. And these mean the poor, like poor people, rich people, smart people, not so smart people. Like he's the mediator in the church, and on and on and on. That's the baby Christed one. Um, so this tells the story. Of course, even the devil and what I mean, the devil. Yeah. So, but it has a devil. It has a death card. What about the hangman? Yeah, hangman means faith, by the way. So it tells the story. And also, my favorite analogy, I mean, besides like, so people don't even know that that the cards tell the story, the biblical story. It tells a story of the Bible. People don't even know that. So I don't listen to nobody when they talk about. They don't even know. Like a lot of people, they're running like they're being saved or getting directed towards God, and they don't even know it. Like by default, So I don't even pay attention because that's so. In other words, I study it because it's greater education. That's why I end up. That's why I speak in these conversations. I speak in these greater realms. Okay, and this is the Torah. So a woman and she's holding the Torah. The same way you spell Torah is the same way in Hebrew, I mean. So you spell Torah in Hebrew the same way you spell Tarot. Yeah, the word for Torah is the same Hebrew letters used for Tarot. And of course, the symbols of Torah. And these are the two temples for Solomon David. Both of these temples as well. Boaz and Joaz, something Joam, something like that. I always get that one mixed up. I know one of them is Boaz and Joam. Hold on. but it represents the temple, both of the temples. Uh, Boaz. Hold on, let me see. Not, no, not the dude. Boaz. Hold on. They're temple pillars. So I'm just saying, it's not even esoteric, it's just flat out. Oh, Jachin, excuse me. Jachin and Boaz. And they're representations of the pillars. So yeah. And this is not even like, I mean, so this is like literal. It's not even like, well, you can spiritually look at it like, no, it is what it is. Plain and simple. So, yeah, I mentioned in the scripture of freestanding pillars constructed at the entrance of Solomon's temple. So, there you go. Joshua and Boaz represent, yeah, the two, Solomon's temple, but represented um, from two different time temples before, pretty much. That's what it represents. Wisdom and knowledge represents the wisdom and knowledge. That this brought in the gifts of the wisdom of the kings, the knowledge of the kings. It's connected with David, but it's like temple, Solomon, pillars. They stood on their own, but that's what they represent. So that's this is this card. This is this one tarot card. So when people talk about the tarot cards, and there is a lot of, obviously there are many styles of tarot card, but this is the original tarot card. This is originally. So I always keep one original deck, and then I understand the other decks because I don't change my system. And like you can't use the tarot to escape the Bible. Like if you pick up trying to study the tarot cards, which people try to do, they're like, "Oh, I'm spiritual," and then they start reading the tarot cards and realize, "Oh boy, the tarot card is teaching about the Bible," and then they stop. They're like, "I don't." That's why they started saying, "Oh yeah, well, I'm not a tarot card reader. I don't do the tarot card because that's yeah." It's kind of connected with Christianity because like when you start reading it, start getting to like the Judaic spirituality, which is like the tree of life. And then you have to start studying scriptures. It's like, yeah. In fact, it has a piece of verse. It has 22. What is it? No, no, there are more than 22 verses. It's just like these clusters of verses, like affirmations, and there's 22 of them, and for each letter. And by the way, each letter actually corresponds to a tarot card. Also, corresponding of naturally to astrology, like the planets and the stars. So, which is the handiwork of the creator, the universe. So, all of that is linked. And people don't know that, but they don't have to know that. They just need to know when they call and they're paying money, they're like, how do I preserve myself? What can I get out of this myself? And that's what we look towards. We look to helping people get something or gain something for themselves. Yes, the birth chart, numerology, God's code. Yeah, all of Da Vinci's. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. All that is interlinked, and the whole Bible thing, the whole Bible, all of that Bible, all of that can be interpreted into this. This is a language. That's all. This is what this is. It's a language, and that can be mapped out and interpreted by this. Absolutely. And I can take your name and spell your name out because since these are letters and paragraphs and stories, I can take your name and write it, especially if I write it in Hebrew. If I get the Hebrew equivalent of your name or Greek, because this can also be into because yeah, Greek as well. Like Jesus Christ, I actually have his name written in these. Thus, you can write your anybody's name in their, I guess, in their language with these, but the Bible's a Bible, right? So you could take, and let's just say for the sake of Hebrew, take a Hebrew name, and yes, I can interpret your name, especially if it's written in Hebrew. Like my name, Isaiah is a Hebrew name. So if I write out Isaiah in Hebrew, and I can find out the cards and everything associated, and including it's going to lead to numerology, codes of the stars. I will know so much if I do that. That's why I study. Like people say, I was trying to be nice earlier. People want to burn books. People are like trying to burn books, you know. I'm like, no, you're gonna set us back like years back. Like burn those. No, these are books. Books go into these. Burn the books. People like we're trying to like spiritually burn the Bible, by the way. I'm like, and people like coming in here trying to because they see my light and see my giftings and how, but I already am on a path. That's why church sometimes at some point it gets not fun because like you're aligned and you're hearing everything. That doesn't mean everybody around you is hearing. And they're not hearing what you're hearing for yourself or what's been imparted to you by someone else, like maybe a pastor, an elder, and nobody else knows because it's a conversation between that person. And then they start saying, well, you could sing. Why don't you go sing for Broadway? So they want you to stop going to work, that stop being a mom, as much, and drive yourself up to upstate or somewhere in New York, some theater, and they want you now to appease something inside them and become a professional musician, like for Broadway, because you have a great singing voice. But that voice was actually you're in talk with your source or God to actually like channel your energy to help people in ways that other people can that you can't even really see. So like I know I'm going somewhere like where it's has to do with venues, for example, and people are like, come and serve on this stage with this other person watching over you. Is like that's kind of like saying you're going to that person who's a musician go and sing under the corporate world, go into the world, go into the Broadway and be directed, rather than this person using their abilities to be guided freely wherever the universe needs to bring them or take them. It's like I want like people say, well, who's over you? Well, who's over me? Who's over me? So because it's like, well, I'm going to do venues and I'm going to create those venues myself. I'm going to you know create spaces where people can come and participate. It's not just for readings. It's to make connections and things like that, and where also even have greater other types of conversations. And people are like, no, you're no, like the whole X file thing. No, we got to keep you in laboratory. That people want to keep you in a lab. They want to be behind the glass and be able to turn on the light and make sure you're still there. They want to do that. It's like they want to keep you locked up and locked down. And so I'm like, uh, I've come to the conclusion. I'm like, if that's the spirit, then you just stay nervous. I don't tell nobody nothing, especially when I know that there's something that they need in themselves to feel like they are like going to be feeling comfortable or feeling, oh yeah, whew, okay, so you're not like going to do something mystical or anything like that, or like something that I didn't tell you to predict. You're not going to predict something that's going to change ultimately the direction of my story, my narrative, like uh, pre, pre, the administration not go to Chicago, you know, something like that. Oh, wait a minute. We're saying that administration not going to go to Chicago. What do you mean you predicted that the administration is going to Chicago? You're going the wrong way. You need to be under surveillance. You need to be on stage. You need somebody watching over you, telling you what you're allowed to say. Like, and that would be you trying to be Lucifer, trying to be a god, trying to be over me. Tell me when to hear God, when not to hear God in my way, in the way that God chose to speak with me. And that is the way of Lucifer. Lucifer is like somebody telling you, I don't think today you're gonna prophesy. Like when they said Jesus Christ and the Pharisees, Jesus Christ healed the man, it wasn't Sabbath. People tell you you're not allowed you're not allowed to do these things. You're not allowed to. Why are you doing the readings on Halloween? When okay, so I do readings every day, every single day. I do psychic readings, and since I do psychic readings every day, that means I do psychic readings in January, in February, Black History Month. I do it on, March, April, May, June, July, August, and September. So I'm doing readings this September. I'm going to do readings in October. So, yes, and October. And I'm going to do readings on November. Even when people are Thanksgiving, I'm going to do readings. When it is Christmas and when it is New Year's Day, I am going to do psychic readings. So, and I'm not gonna tell anybody. I'm not gonna be like, I don't have to say, I'm gonna do psychic readings, sir. How do you feel about that? How do you feel? Do you think today is the right day that I do readings? Well, since it's not gonna, cut in on any of my schedule, what is it that you're going to say? What are you going to talk about? Oh, it's a prediction. Well, what is the predictions about? Like, you don't know? Okay, well, I'll tell you, Well, since I'm talking about discord and separation, I don't think you should talk about unity and reconciliation. That doesn't make any sense, and we're at odds. I'm like, well, okay. If I'm asking you for permission, I guess. So, anyways, and that's how. But I think that's how prophets and prophecies go, because prophets I find are actually challenged. They're challenged by the pastor, the bishop, the church, especially when they should be saying things that people are not sure of. Like, they're like, "What do you mean? This is what? Are you sure?" But they say things like, whatever they say. They say the same things that I'm gonna say. Like, yeah, you should go in for that interview because you have a lot of blessings coming to you. So, but they don't. But yet they don't say anything regarding like what's going on the world stage. But guess who's speaking about the world stage? Exactly, the pastor, the church is speaking of what's going on the world stage, but not the prophet. So that's kind of weird. I mean, that's backwards, because it's the prophet who comes in where people say, it's kind of like the dean coming down. They're like if the dean is there to like give you grant money and open up new ideas, innovation, then that's a good thing. But it's the hard talk with the dean that's not fun. That's not fun. So yeah, that's more like the relationship the prophet's supposed to have with the church. But it's like people are like trying to, I know, first of all, that system is not even biblical. So I wouldn't do it anyway, because spiritually that sounds all wrong, because it sounds like it's unorganized, and people are trying to tell the psychic how to deliver the reading. Like some people like say, it's not that you're doing the psychic bit, it's like the tools and the things, like like, it's not even delivery. People will even accept what I say, but it's more like the idea, I think, that the psychic because their idea of a psychic is supposed to be wrong. Like, no, you're a psychic. That makes you wrong. That means you don't know how to even predict the future. You're not able to do that. Not really. You don't even. No one knows the future. So like, let alone like a psychic would even know the future. And then it's like, well, then they say, well, I'm prophetic. I'm a prophet. I get revelation. Then rather say, well, the prophet sees the future. By the way, prophets give little trinkets of gifts to send to people that are blessed. Sometimes it is a stone, it could be a rock or a crystal, in other words, a coin. It could be a piece of jewelry, or they say, bring me something of yours in a scarf. It could be a literal scarf, that's, you use to, cover your head. So, yeah, I think that I think that oh my now this is a joke about tarot cards. I say, what problems do you have with tarot cards? Like, well, the power that they have. I'm like, wow, something that comes from out of the Haas Brothers gaming system, hot right off the press to hold so much power. Why not your book? Like your book comes off the same press, Has Brothers gaming system press, printing press, as these tarot cards. So I don't think of the tarot cards as something like you would think of, like, like like a something that was like, you swear it was like dropped off by Lucifer himself, at my front door, and it's, in a black box. And I open it like, oh, tarot cards. Now I'm granted all the ability to see into the future. Like, no, I went and purchased these the same as the way you purchase your Ouija board. Those of you, people who buy a Ouija board, or who bought, or a grimoire. You buy a grimoire, or you go buy a self-help book. And right next to it were these decks of cards. Okay, so these cards have just as much as power as your published book does, because they come right off the same press. So I don't think of the. I think of the power, or that these have, comes from within me. Like, I met a friend who had a deck of tarot cards. I he didn't use his cards ever. I used them, and I did everything perfectly. They worked for me. They didn't inspire him any. He gave them to me. But here's the story. So when I was 22, I took a 1 year break of not reading, because I had been reading every day, every year, and I wanted to begin a new spiritual direction. So I spent 1 year, and I was tested exactly 3 times. There were 3 opportunities, I guess, that I could have read somebody. So that includes not intuitively reading anyone for one solid year. I didn't read. There were 3 occasions where people are like, I know you can do this. I know you can answer this intuitive, hypothetical question. They could feel it, but I wouldn't. I said, I spoke like you spoke. Well, I hope it works out for you. Well, what do you intend to do? I spoke just like you did, and fake, and they knew it. They said, I don't, I know you could. Like, what about me? Can't you do it? It's like their spirit, and they knew that I could do it. But I said, no, for 1 year. And these are people like, we see from time to time, but we were strangers. So I met a friend. Oh, okay. So before that, before I made a decision, I had a tarot deck, right? And I threw them away. So the friend I met had the same exact tarot deck. And yeah, so let me say this one more time. When I was 22, I threw out, I'm not going to throw you out, I threw out a deck of tarot cards for 1 year, not even intuitively. I did not read anybody. I just went through the motion of, I don't know how, I don't, what is it. I didn't answer people's questions. They knew I could. They could feel it, but I still would not read them. I would not touch them for 1 year. And then after a few days, I was 23. I met a friend. He had the same deck of cards. I had to look twice. I was like, I know people might say that's God testing you to see if you would walk, if you had clearly walked away from your tarot deck. You were tested by the devil because the devil brought to you those very same tarot cards you threw away and you weren't supposed to pick them back up. You could say that, but I had already discussed that I only was going to take 1 year. So going into this, Spirit already knew I was coming back, but at 23, Spirit God already knew that that I already had a conversation. I said I want to do this for 1 year, no reading, and I want to sacrifice and give this year to you to tell me anything I need to know, and as I go forward, what to do with the gift or what not to do with it or let it be. And so he guided me. There was no reason for him to test me. I went to the friend's home, and on his not a little stand over there on the glass table, there were they were just face down, and I saw the tarot, and I was like, they're really here. It's like, so it's time. It's time for me to come back. So I asked, I said, can I see your tarot cards? I said, oh, you have tarot cards. I was like, yeah, I do. I said, oh, can I take a look at them? Yeah, go ahead. And then I read them and all that. And I read that somebody's vehicle got stolen. So I had to be a psychic compass and go hunt down somebody's Corvette. Oh my gosh. We found a Corvette and we found out who stole it. Yeah, it was a mess. There's a red Corvette. So it's sometimes good to have a psychic friend. And also I got to ride around and the rooftop was down and yeah, it was so uh yeah, so that and he said, oh, you can go ahead and have them. So he gave me those cards. So I got those cards back. He says, oh yeah, you can have them. I don't even use them. So I got my tarot cards back. So that's one instance. Yeah, there's so many other like instances like that show me like signs like, yeah, oh, so during the pandemic, I left the industry. Not for good, I just left the industry. It was toxic, okay? Everybody was very toxic. Christians were toxic. It didn't matter what religion. Everybody's toxic, right? And then to boot, so it was in fact, it was so toxic, my guaranteed contract that was solid for like 6 years, on the sixth year, 6 days before Christmas. So we're talking about December 19, 2020, 2019, as we move into 2020. So 2 weeks to go, then pandemic hits, right? The whole, the world global pandemic. So yeah, all of that happened. And then that whole time, I did read for people, but not for pay. I just would just read people. But when it was 2022, June, Spirit said, come here. So I went to deep into the woods, dark, dark, dark woods. And of course it was, the moon was out, full moon, and it was all lit up. And I heard an Irish voice said, you're coming back to the psychic industry. And would you know, the first company I picked up is the one that I work with now, which is the Famous Psychics. So I work with 5 famous psychics, and I'm entrusted. I'm positioned. I found my position is there's 5 famous psychics, and they read with they do the whole famous psychic thing. But I'm part of the psychics that read for their clients when they're busy and doing things. So I'm entrusted in a position like they say you're set aside for God set you aside for himself. So I am set aside for, bought with a heavy price. There's a lot of things that happened throughout the pandemic. But yeah, he took me out of the industry because he needed me. I was needed. And when he when to let me know that, okay, this particular job is done. Now let's go. Now we're going back to the coming back to the psychic industry, where I would begin reading for people in as an Irish voice. And yes, one of my the channels of celebrity psychic that I work with, uh, it always says, Irish, pick up now. So and Irish voices is in my ear, and all kinds, all the dialects, from all across all of the countries, different countries of Europe, Denmark, French, Portuguese, London, British, a lot of them. African, Caribbean, and Arab, and so forth on. And India, Australian. I've got them all in my ear. Yep, and I understand them all. They're like, "You understand me? You sound American. You really understand me." They can't believe it because you all act like you don't hear. You don't. You all act like you don't. Well, you're from the Philippines, but you probably can relate to this part. Like people be acting. Western people act like they don't understand, but they don't want to understand. They understand. They just don't want to understand. They act like they don't. Oh, your accent is so thick. I don't. Could you say? I don't even ask them to repeat anything. Like, I don't need me to repeat anything. No, I heard your name. Well, I got you. I heard your name. Just like you sound clear to me. Like I understand them. Okay, just know that, right? And they don't have to repeat themselves or nothing. They don't have to like extra try to get me to understand. Like you understand, like you sound very clear to me. It's like, and we're like having a full on conversation. They're just amazed. They're like, this American understands what in the world I'm like, they understand what I'm saying. Like, yeah, I do. It's not that difficult. You're very plain spoken. You're not saying any words that are too big for me to comprehend. I'm not asking you for definitions over here. So, and then the American came in. So now I'm with America now as well. So, yep, I've got both of them. So that's like what I'm talking about. Like I'm in a conversation with spirit. Spirit's chosen these mediums to communicate with me. And some people, because I'm like, well, you build a like there's people, did you know there's people who can have lifestyles, right? Whether it's a gay lifestyle, a trans woman lifestyle, a lifestyle of, um, like you say, God judged my heart, not my bed, but, they are adult performers. They are, in a relationship, and both of them are married, but they are intimate partners with each other. So it's like, but they say, but all of them say, I have a conversation with God, with my God. My God does not judge me like that. So I'm not gonna listen to anybody. I know, like you all are not perfect. You're not perfect. I'm not perfect. So I do believe that people can have a conversation. Like I'm having a conversation. I don't have the same vices as everyone else. They say, well, that's just not my sin. Well, I hope you, people be mean. It's like hope that I, oh yeah, you know, have some kind of ailment for life. Like that's not it. Like people like giving me sins that I was like that's not even the way I sin. It's like you don't even you're just like trying to preach and speak for God. You don't even know what you don't even know what sins, my vices, my passions. Like you definitely don't have it. Whatever it is, you don't have the gift. Yeah, people are like, yeah, I call that demon right out to like, and they're like wishing for like me to have ailments, life, like forever ailments, because there's no treatments for it. On a sin or lifestyle, that's not my, that's not even my thing. That's not even my thing. Crazy world, and there and people are trying to preach to you, trying to preach to you like this is what you are, this is what you get, this is they give you a little slice of this, that's all you get, that's yours. I'm like, these people really do want, they want to be God, a God for real, not the God, they want to be a God for real. They're not playing with you, they're not playing with me. So, and I know this. So anyways, yeah, um, none of that's true. I don't have any lifelong ailments. And I did for the pandemic, as pandemic as it goes, I did quite well as well goes. You know, I was fine. And yeah, and I feel great and I feel ecstatic about life. I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to talk about any, misunderstood, information. I like to talk about different, things that relate to people's, experience, my personal experience. I have some stories. As I told you one. I told you one of my stories. I said, look, for 1 year, so when I was became 22, as a, meaning 22 is, this is the 22nd card, which is transcendence, to work towards transcending. I was already contemplating the age of Aquarius. I was already thinking about the age of Aquarius and everything. Let me see. Oh yeah, here they are. This, not you. I mean, I like you, but um, let's see. Where is it at? Are you in here? Hello. Oh, you would. It's a transcendence card. It means to transcend. It's the world card. Oh, here it is. The world card. It's, well, not that one. That's the one I mean, I like, that's the one I like, but that's not, it's kind of like that one, but with the one where it's like it's representing resurrection. But it's this one. When I was this is to a 22nd card. This, I was 22. Well, you counting zero. So this one is a 22nd. So when I was 22, that's why I did it for this. I was like, well, I'm transcending to new heights. And I that first year, and I didn't. Then the 23, 5 is the world, be given back to the world, like do something for the world on a world level. So that's why. And and so anyway, and that was a time that I just was open to what spirit, anything spirit had to say, needed to say, wanted to say, was going to say. That was it, like that specifically for the preparing me for the new journey. So that is where I began to like to really understand, okay, I want to go into the industry. And the industry guided me to California. I was asked to come there by my first manager. He said, if anything you want to know about this industry, you should come to California. So I did. He was 63, and he told me a wonderful stories. Like what happened. Well, first of all, he told me all about the industry. He told me about the history, what happened to, like what actually happened to Miss Cleo, which I actually qualify and corroborated the other day when I uh, looked it up. And did you know she wasn't sued? She was never thought of as being a false psychic. No one said Miss Cleo's a bad psychic. Only people was mad about and why they even sued and won was because they didn't talk to Miss Cleo. They were mad because they didn't talk to Miss Cleo literally. If Miss Cleo was treated like a Sylvia Brown, Miss Cleo would be big. She would have been very big. She died early. Oh, she died so young. Like it was like 53, and she died of cancer. But I mean, like if you're over there, no internet, and you're being sued your socks off, and no telling what people around her was telling her, by the way. So yeah, she had it pretty bad. You know, like to be able to fight that and fight cancer. And and oh yeah, she never was sued. They were and somewhere in they said in Florida there was a law that can like do a little technical thing where they could uh like the person who portrays the character can also be accountability, but in her case she couldn't be sued. Yeah, and it also told the story of he even told well the story also tells well why are there no such thing as 900 numbers anymore? Yeah, because everybody discovered it's this or that. No, this was the reason from this case is a reason why there's no psychic lines or even telephone companies creating 900 number lines, especially for psychic or adult industry because of all of the whole Miss Cleo thing. But yeah, she was never even sued. People say, yeah, she was sued because she was being a fraud. No, she wasn't never sued herself. And the case was like she could have beat that, but the case was dropped anyway. But anyway, she died at 53. It was like, well, we'll drop it. And she had kept clean because they went for Miss Cleo, but she didn't own Miss Cleo. That was the sin. The real sin is that Miss Cleo didn't own Miss Cleo's the person. I forget her name. Her she as under her God-given mother Christian name, her Christian name did not own her stage name, Miss Cleo. Say when they sued that stage name, they sued everybody but the actress, the person who portrays Miss Cleo. But Miss Cleo truly was gifted with the tarot cards. And not only that, she was actually truly, genuinely psychic. Of course, they describe it as an actor portraying. I mean, who's going to take the time to prove a psychic? The whole point is, as advertised. That's why they were sued. She cannot be over advertisement. So everybody else who was eating off her name, the ones who had the accountability. She didn't. They owned her. They owned Miss Cleo. She didn't even own Miss Cleo, and that's why it's like a hidden blessing. It's like it sounds like well, that's bad. That's so sad. It's sad, but it's a hidden blessing. It was like it backfired, and they were sued for up towards to $1 billion total. It's like everybody's been sued millions. The phone company, everybody's been her advertising management team. Everybody's being sued, right? The psychic company in which who was pitching her and had her on television. Everybody's being sued millions, but the totality was $1 billion. So that's a psychic person. But then what happens when non-psychic people get involved? That can make it even worse. Non-psychic people working with a true psychic up getting then the non-psychic people getting sued total $1 billion. Yeah. And yeah, whew, that's something to really think about, especially if you're in that type of industry and how important it is like to like especially these days you want a brand, you gotta like what they call it, you gotta copyright yourself, you have to brand your name, you have to protect your brand, you have to own your brand, you want to own your name. So yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, potentially, you could have. They say everything will be taken from you, but in Miss Cleo's, when they took everything, yes, including the lawsuits. Whenever They came and everybody sued because they were trying to, I guess the phone companies was trying to recoup all that money because people said, "Wait a minute, how you gonna ask me for my ask me that I'm an unsatisfied customer? I called in, you said I was gonna have a chance to talk to Miss Cleo, but you had me talking to everybody else but Miss Cleo." And I can corroborate this now. If you don't believe me, I can. If you want me to, I'll corroborate this. Yeah. Yeah, it says supposedly ask for clarity. Yeah, beyond immeasurability. Yeah, my clients, when they call in, they do ask for clarity, and it cannot be measured because, okay, my clients will call, and sometimes people will talk to me for 5 minutes. Some people will talk to me for an hour, and we're just talking. Sometimes people talk, my clients, these days, they like to talk to me for 2 hours. But there's always something to say. There's always more information to share. So I'm just like, what's your call today? He's like, they call me every other day too. So, but not like for the same thing. They just like, I want to talk to you today. And I'm like, okay. Or sometimes they'll like wait a week. I'm like, I haven't heard from them in a while. Sometimes clients are like, when they talk to me, they're like daughters or sons. They're like, I'm gonna call you back. I'm gonna call you back more often. And then like, oh, 2 weeks have passed. So, or a month. They call me back next month or something. Like, okay. They're too, and these are the same clients. Like, they're asking, I just submitted my business for an award. Do you think I will win? Yeah, they like you said I would win. You said I was gonna be on the news station. You said I was going to attract all these people. Oh, by the way, I have clients who actually have opened up uh whole spiritual retreats, holistic, metaphysical, spiritual retreats. Like actual retreats where you go and you for holistic healing and therapy and all types of things and work with horses, and it's in community like out there in the mountains type stuff. And then she also has a friend who has all the spa stuff, like the spa holistic stuff, like across the way. So like you can, because I'm helping them to work in cohesion, because she could send her students can come over and spend time with her, and then she can send her students back over, and then her students can go over there and get spiritual baths and spa and holistic stuff. So I'm kind of helping them to bridge it to things like that. So yeah, they're doing those kind of things for you all, creating healing centers and clinics and things like that for you all. That's what they're talking. A lot of them are talking with me about. Yeah. Yeah. And he's like, psychics are so selfish. We're over here raising spiritual healing, holistic centers, so you all can go out there and, and make a getaway and do, and, claim that you're, culture, like culture appropriate the metaphysics from us, make it your own. Yeah, I just wrote a book and I thought I'd do a little getaway at this. And I probably worked with that person, the founder of that retreat that you're visiting. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he says, never thought I'd find a psychic. Yeah, that was in so. Yeah, senseless. Yeah, I speak real stuff. Yeah, I, yeah, have you noticed? I'm not even talking about my powers. I'm not talking about how psychic I am. I'm not even talking about my conversations with you have purely been conversational. I wasn't making any promises. I didn't ask you for if you want to read it for $5. I didn't give you my PayPal information. Isn't that weird? If I'm a weird psychic. I've not even asked you to cash at me. Yeah, we talk about blacks and whites and and vices. And yeah, straight talk and all the straighties and the gays. Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff today. Yeah, we talked about We talked about Leviticus and how grimy the world can be. Totality, the God. Yeah, we talked about the great creator. We even said God by name. We we kind of talked about Lucifer and Satan. But and just speaking just as a, I mean, there's no praise. We didn't even try to like what do you call it? Be an advocate for the devil. We didn't advocate for the devil. We didn't even advocate for the devil. Tarot cards, crystal balls, everything is over here. Even staffs and crystal staffs, and we not once have we advocated for the devil, and we didn't even advise that you get involved with his friends or other gods. We didn't pose that. Didn't try to convert you. Didn't ask if you want to join in a spirit drumming circle. We just having I just had a conversation with you the whole time. Yeah. I mean, I did tell about it's only natural for me to talk about myself, but I mean, I did open up a little bit just so you kind of gauge at the level that I'm talking about. Yeah, I didn't wake up today and just decide, I think I'll create a page and start saying that I'm a tarot card reader and I'll like do like $5 like for a card or like $5 a reading. No, that's not what I am. Okay, so you study metaphysics. I actually grew up in the metaphysical community. Like the retreat that my clients created, I lived in a metaphysical community. I I worked on the weekends, and did things to prepare for what we call like our sessions. And on the weekend, we'd be open to the public, and the public would come in. But before that, we would have to get the newsletters out, and I remember being taught to trifold them, and then I would stuff we stuff them in the envelope after we trifold them. Then we start out licking the envelopes. Then we discovered the whole wet the little sponge, and wet the sponge, and then close the envelope, and then get them all in order. Make sure they're not upside down, that everything is right. Run it to the mailbox, and we would go like upwards of 3,000, by the way, at a time. And we would go. And our favorite food to eat is Chinese. Now, guess who I was with? You say, wait a minute. First of all, who are you with? You grew up, so you're a kid. Yup, youngest. Yup. And I was with my teacher, my high school teacher. And the way we met, I had on my nice shoes, my Kohan shoes, my jeans, my shirt, my tie, my gym sport bag. I'm in the age of gym sports, so now you know what is the age and what I thought I was, what group clique you thought I may have been. And I'm walking, and I heard. Uh, so I sat down, and I heard something about psychic and psychic fair, and I was like, hmm. And then they were walking, and I was like walking kind of like behind them, and they were talking about, yeah, we got to get you ready for the fair. The fair, yeah, the psychic. So then, as they're walking to the door. I entered. On the left side, there's the school administration. So I went in, I sat in the chair, didn't need anything. I just went there and I just sat there, and because I knew what they're gonna do. They're gonna ignore me for a little bit. So by the time they acknowledged me, that way I could listen. I can hear everything that's going on outside. Yeah, we're going. I'm getting ready for the fair. So I briefly caught up with them and said, "Oh, I wasn't trying to eavesdrop, but I heard this and that." And oh, by the way, I carried my first tarot card. It was just a story of how I got your first tarot card. But I'm gonna stick to this one. So I carried my first tarot deck in a little pouch where you put your pens and stuff. So I carried my tarot cards in there everywhere. I had them always on me so that no one would take them and throw them out. And so I caught up with them eventually, and I asked, "You're in tarot cards?" I'm like, "I'm into that. Can I just tag along?" I don't. And then eventually, I ended up testing for the organization. By the way, the organization is still alive and well, and I've served on the board twice as well, and later on in my years. The organization is called OPERA. OPERA stands for Organization Psychic Education Research Association. And the positions I served was secretary and treasurer. And yeah, so yeah, I started there. That's how I just, got involved with the metaphysical community. And then, and of course, it was also my job after that. Because I tested for, I did the standard, like you got to test for the abilities. So, which helped me in life because whenever you want to be a psychic, you have to only work with companies that test you for your abilities. So I work like the one that's Europe. I said you're gonna become with child. You're gonna have a child. You're gonna be pregnant. You're pregnant, and your family's gonna grow, and that's exactly what happened. But she told me, she says, "Oh well, we don't really answer pregnancy questions. That takes the pressure off of you." But anyway, about so like months later, pop, and they was like showing all the pictures as a progression. And then she asked, now they already asked us, "Oh yeah, we don't want you answering any medical questions. Only like answering pregnancy questions." Then she's like emailing, "Does anybody want to tell us like exactly when that the baby's gonna come out?" I'm like, yeah, like I thought we're not supposed to work with those questions. It was like, isn't it enough that we said that you would be, pregnant and pregnant with a boy? Yeah, it's definitely a boy. So occasionally, yeah, people will ask like, can you see any children around me? But I always say, well, let's look at the partner first. Like, it's because, it's two people involved, your partner and you, and then we'll see, then we can go from there. I word it differently so that it's not considered medical. It can always, just take anything away from science, from you people who are sciencey, go and get 99.9 assured that, okay, yeah, that you're not pregnant or that you're pregnant. But yeah, I've done that. And but now how I receive my tarot cards is even more fascinating. So I grew up and I discovered that I could read regular playing cards. And then I took a pen and at the end of each card, I poked a hole at them. Now, this is the 54 cards, but there's 56 and counting the jokers. And I'll use the jokers to represent like that was my duality for God and devil, more or less. God and devil. I didn't even know that that was higher arcana thinking. I was like, I didn't even know because I hadn't even discovered tarot cards actually. And I only got the idea because I saw it on TV. And I didn't get, well, I discovered that I would need like good stuff, bad stuff. It's called cartomancy. I didn't discover that it's called cartomancy till 12. And I had gone to the that section in the library, and they were like, they eventually just let me have the book, but they also made me get permission to read the book. So they're like, normally I ask that I make you like go get signature from your parents. So they let me have that book on cartomancy. And I guess they were like their way of saying we didn't even know this book was kind of material was here, but so my imagination was like really going now because I'm reading books on cartomancy. Like, oh, that's what it's called. And all this time I've been doing this, and um, so I met a woman who said, well, eventually something about like, any tricks? So I showed a regular like playing card trick. And then I said, I know another trick. It's like, what? Let me show you. Just let me show you. So I shuffled the cards, and then I began to read her. And he's like, "Oh, you're reading me right now. Oh, I've seen this before." And she's like, "Okay, what I'm gonna do is, if you um, everything you say come true, what I'm gonna do for you, I'm gonna buy you a tarot deck." And so with all that happened, so she takes me to go buy a tarot deck. But I bought a tarot deck that also comes with a book, and it's the Rider Waite. Now, if you understand that, okay, so in our world, in my culture, new beginning readers always chooses Rider Waite. I naturally chose Rider Waite. Out of well, the reason there's other reasons why. Okay, so when I open up the book, it shows the tree of life, and that's the only book I saw where it has Hebrew letters and also says God in it, like God in Hebrew, so forth. And I said, I want to know about this. So that's what, and then it also like instinctually I was drawn to right away. Come to find out, they said anytime that like if a teacher is going to teach tarot or some or like a somebody's coming in and studying tarot, like if you have a like a kid and your kid is interested in what you do, you introduce them into the Rider Waite deck first, and then from there, wherever they decide to go, if they want to work with the Dragon Tarot, Fairy Tarot, that's up to them. Yeah, so that's how. And then she said, well, there was 2 volumes, and she says, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna come back, I'm gonna test you on the you got so I had to read and know that entire first volume book, and then do another reading for her, another word, a test. And then she said, if you pass, I'll take you to go get the second volume. So I went and because she wanted to see if I was serious. So I got the second volume. And anyway, so I had both volumes and these beautiful deck of tarot cards, and I was learning. And I knew I had a long way to go because I also at that age discovered that, wait a minute, these cards also mean astrology stuff. And I hadn't even begun I said, oh, I'm going to be doing this for all my life. It's going to take a long time. And I discovered numbers. I'm like, well, what do the numbers mean? And I was then trying to discover, well, what do the symbols mean? So my whole entire journey was that. And plus it was related to the big book. Of course, that Bible definitely looks so huge, like a textbook. I was like, oh my gosh. I'm like, I have to deal with the books I already have. So then began my journey of years and years of like finding where my interests guide me for number one. Because no one's like telling me, you better read this or else. It was more like as needed. Then it was like, well, then I was like, well, this sounds pretty good. Then it's very interesting part. Okay. Some parts, sometimes it was like for discipline. It was like, oh, just get through it. But other parts was like, oh, so this correlates, this go together, and and then eventually, what I make it to where I meet my teacher in high school, who then becomes also a part of the metaphysical spiritual team, who's also teaching me spiritually and psychically. So I'm going to like, well, 3 schools, but 2 schools for this conversation. 2 schools, high school, this school. The other school was more like creative stuff. Like it was for, well, they call it vocational education. So there's 3 markers here. And so like very mind, body, and spirit growing up, like very like a high intense physical. That's a whole nother type of thing there. But then there's this conversation is about spiritual and psychic. So yeah, and how I met my teacher. Then I read everybody, like my teachers. I read students, all of the people on our sports team, other people's sports team. People ask questions, and so yeah, I would kept reading, read all the all the cheer people, cheerleaders, read all those people, yeah, and then uh, they're my peers, my friends, who found me later on in life and said everything he said came true. Everything he said I would get, and I couldn't believe it. People who I read remember those conversations. Can you believe it? They remembered that I read their cards, everything they could have talked about. We could have talked about the field, the out of state trips we took together. Everything. They decided. They said specifically the things you read with me about the cards. I have. I do the job. I've got they got a daughter. He said he's his daughter. He's doing all like everything exact. Same with the ladies. Like he says, I have the number of kids you said I was gonna have. I actually the career you said I was gonna go into. I have just completed it. In fact, uh, my peers from my childhood friend, who we also partied together growing up as well, us as a group. These days, as an adult, graduated, got the kids and everything, said, I've studied SCO, which means the search word stuff. Like, I can help you grow big. You want me to help you? And I was like, oh, no, I'm good. I'm good. I know you just don't live, you live, enjoy life, explore life. And they asked more than one, like a few times. They're like, "Are you sure?" They like wrote me this long email. "Are you sure it's me? You know me." They said their name. I'm gonna say their name, but it's me. You know me. Like, I know you, but you enjoy life. I'm fine. I'm fine. So yeah, they actually came back and said, "Let me help you blow up." Like, no. I'm good. Live life. Yeah. So I'm serious. Like, that's my childhood growing. That's my childhood. So now as an adult, now I was reading for money then. Yeah. People were like, why? Like, I opened up my bag, right? My modeling. I had a whole modeling bag, right? Because you're a model and you graduate, they give you a bag. And it was like a big duffel bag to put all your, clothes and stuff in. And I carry that around so proud. And when I open it, like $1,000. And people would, it was like, and also I had an actual side job because I had to for like responsibilities, like learn other responsibilities, like those were like extracurricular, so they didn't count that. I had to like get a job, so I worked a deli. And so whenever we take field trips, my friends, sometimes a friend would ask, hey, can I have can I have $5 or can I get $5? But it'd be so like, for some reason they would be embarrassed to ask. I'm like, why are you embarrassed? We're here to we look after each other, and like it's like so. I was like, well. They said, "Well, I just want some fries." So I would like just give them $5. Well, first of all, they wouldn't ask for $5. They would say, "Can you help? I want some fries. Can you help me out?" So at that time, it was like fries. So I gave $5. Then they can get a meal. Yeah. So and they were like, oh, "Don't worry, I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back." I'm like, "You don't have to." I said, "Oh, that's okay. That's okay," because and they weren't even touching my $1,000. So I like some I had like a kind of a jealous friend and a woman, and today, and she would say, "Look, you spending your money already." I was like, "No, I'm not even touching my money. This is money from the deli. This is from the deli job." That's our little joke. This is from the deli job. It's like, you got all that money. Yeah, from the deli, because they're trying to make me out to be like, like I had it going on. Like, no, I'm over there sweating over grease. Trust me. If you come over, that means if you come, I'll make you a burger. And that's where the money comes from. It's not somebody, not parents gave me money. They're like, so I'd zip it, all that money would be in there like that. It was just cracking up. And so that was the way we interacted. So we would like always there supporting each other, Now I already had stars in my eyes. I'm like, being an entertainer growing up and being paid for that as a teen, that was my vocational job, which that was fun. I loved the dinner theater, theater scene. I love being paid. Like I'm a paid actor. I'm paid. And I'd have like tickets. I would like giving tickets out to my friends and my teacher. Like you want to come? You want to come? You want to come? You know. And they're like $35 each. $35 for a ticket, I think. Um, so, um, yeah, but the stars in my eyes was for to be a psychic. It wasn't to be an entertainer like that. Not like I was hoping that I would learn how to perform, as in be like a psychic, like but in the public eye, like a famous psychic someday. So I always thought that that's what it would be used for. So yeah, and then um, yeah, so they didn't touch any of my psychic money, the money that I made, doing readings. That they didn't even touch that. They didn't even get to that. I was actually just using the money that I was earning as working deli after practice, things like that. Full schedule, full schedule. Hmm. And then, so yeah, so that's where my journey began. So I've learned to literally listen to, so all of that life experience, and then you meet somebody for the first time or whatever, and the first thing they're gonna say is they're gonna talk about my tarot cards. That's why I'm like, you don't even know. There's so much joy and love that has come from me reading using my gift. I just cannot imagine that that's going to be overlooked. There's no way that I'm like, if there is a creator, the creator is definitely is acknowledging like the love. Like there's people, like the people I'm talking about, like they created an entire adulthood out of that conversation, that one conversation. Where usually people go to for conversations like this, like if not their parents, if not a friend's parents or an actual professional, they usually go to the schools like the school therapist or something like that, the school counselor. They usually go to a school counselor, but they sat with me. We had the conversations in our adult years, like years later. Still, I believe we're all under, at least all under 24 still, but that's still a long time. For them to say that on the spot, by the way, because I meet them like, oh, hi. And then they're like, oh, remember this? And they tell me the details of our conversation. How many times have we thought, you talking with a friend and you're just talking and they'll never remember that they say, what's that thing? Don't worry, go back to school. Nobody remember anyway. By next week, it'll be all over and has been. I don't trust that anymore. I don't believe that. these people remember this years later. We're still very young, by the way, under 25, but still, that's still years later. People say, oh, don't worry if it's embarrassing. No one will even remember next week. It'll be has been. They'll be talking about new things. That's not true. That is not true. People remember a generalized conversation, even though it's a spiritual and, reading. And at the time, I mean, I would say I was advanced, but who's to say? Being under 18, a lot of experience, but I don't know. I didn't really gain professional, until like after I began phone, like reading over the phone. That's when I became, I would say, professional. Yeah. Yeah. It says having an abundant, yeah, have an abundance of life. Yeah. These people, my clients, are living in their abundance, and their conversation is from a place of abundance. And I don't take from their abundance, or anything like that. I would never. I don't need to. I wouldn't. I don't take from people's abundance. Like playing with your child, playing with your children, being like hanging out with your children, having a great conversation with your children, being a fabulous parent, mom, dad, you know, and trust me, men do really love becoming dads. I read them, and I speak with a dad. I remember this conversation forever. The man's a doctor. He has a son. He does anything and everything for his son. Been over backwards for his son. Give his son everything. A car for him to work on. Treats him like a man though. And like a man who earn. He makes him earn everything, right? But he now is blessed with a daughter. It was a long time ago. His daughter's, full on, growing up by now. But yeah, when I was there when he received his first daughter. He was the most. It sounded like he was the most happiest man on the planet. Like he was already happy. Like his son, what do you call it? Uh, Impressing him because his son played football, and Mike can, get some scholarship money from playing football too, and keep his grades up, things like that. But when he became remarried to the woman of his dreams, love of his life, then had a daughter to boot, it was like his whole world was blessed many times over. I know for a fact men do. There are men that love, they love and they love their wife, or they love the new wife. This would have been a new wife, by the way, and definitely love their. I mean, will go to bat, do anything for just like the mama. The mom would do anything. Have you seen a dad? A dad would do anything. Dad be like, give him a car. Mom said, don't give him a car. Dad give him a car. At least a car he can work on it, and he can earn it, and he can, be a man and grow it. And then on top of that, he gets a daughter. That man was happy dad. Being the children, yeah, have real love. Yeah, I was telling them, my clients, eventually, like they get into relationships based on the sexual side. They they eventually, I don't. People will say, "Oh, it's nothing. I can get he or she." Like I no. Eventually, if they want to control each other, they're like, then they want to have more time, even if they don't want to call it for what it is. But I always word it, and I'm like, you're starting to really want the presence of the person. You want to be around them more often. I'm not saying you want to marry, but you definitely want like dedication. Yeah, but don't anybody? It's like, yeah, you're pushing it to where you're starting to show that you care a lot more than what it appears. Like, well, don't they? If they did, they would respect our time. It's like, yeah, feelings are getting involved. It isn't just people start out. Oh yeah, they could be friends with benefit, but then they're gonna stay. Eventually, I've never met a couple that actually like stay with it, like and just be what you are. Even if they'll never marry, they always will say they'll say something to the effects of, "Well, can't they just move out of the house?" Like they'll want some sort of like you they will need something more than just intimacy, than just sex. Yeah, they will. They will. I've never met. I've not read for one couple that didn't look for more eventually. It may start out like two sneaky adults, that two consensual sneaky adults. They both know what they're getting into. They both know what they're doing. They know why they're meeting up. Who always only stick to discretion, where it's, I'm not saying that they go telling everybody, but like they do, like take breaks. They start to take breaks from each other. They start to like question the other one's intentions eventually, or they start to like say, like to kind of like hard, like thicken the bond. They need, like he needs her to show that. she's more like she's really dedicated to him, or he's dedicated to her. It always, I've still yet to see a couple that say it's just only about this. Now I do have both women and men like to say I would never marry the person, not my type. I don't want to marry, but it's good to know that it's always that's the one. But it's always good to know that the person you're sleeping with wants this as much as you do, or like really like respects it, and things like that. Yeah. It says, yeah. So I would, so like, I believe that there are soulmates. Soulmates of any four corners of the earth, but twin flames are bigger than soulmates. And twin flames they happen democratically. But twin flames happen when two soulmates have democratically chosen each other to become one. But here's the catch. When you do this, you have chosen that soulmate out of all the soulmates you have. So if I have 12 soulmates, but I choose one, and another soulmate has 12 soulmates and they choose me, then now we're twin flames, and we're higher than all the other soulmates. So people have tried to convince me that they have two twin flames, or three twin flames, or two twin flames and a soulmate. All three can be a soulmate, but two of the three, or three of three, cannot be a twin flame. It's only one of three. And after speaking with me, we'll find out which of these three soulmates you like better. You love the most out of the three. Yep. 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 That is insanity. But you can't have, okay, now, two twin flames, like if you could have an old soulmate, excuse me, not two twin flames. You can have an old soulmate, and then you can have a new soulmate. But have you noticed they won't exist on the same plane? They cancel each other if they're on the same plane. Like if you're speaking to one soulmate, this soulmate can feel you pulling away. And sometimes as you're planning to talk to this soulmate will call you out of the blue and knock this soulmate out. Or every time this soulmate comes around, this soulmate is not calling you. You're like, why is that? Why the one I really want to talk to isn't talking to me? The moment this soulmate goes away, this one comes back around. I read this stuff. I talk about this. People talking about they're your soulmate, and they're not even your karmic soulmate. They're not anything to you. Sometimes I'm just saying. We go weaving into this. Yep. False love functions promote no false love. No way. Dies from this partnership. Okay, so somebody dies. Exactly. It says, quick, yeah, yeah, until the death doeth the part there. Well, if a twin, okay, so old twin flames are beautiful. Everybody's heard of like turtle doves, like old people, elder people who are twin flames. Like my grandparents were twin flames, and when he let her cross over, no, he was ill for 6 months. He wouldn't go till she went. She went, and guess what? This is what they talked about openly. He says, when I cross over, what are you going to do? I'm going to wait on you. Well, what if you go first? I'm going to wait. I told you I'm going to be here. I'm going to wait on you. We're going to cross over together. That's how they talked. And then when it came time, he was going out, but it took him 6 months to do it. He waited for her to go first, and then he went with her right after. Right after. So they went together. Like, and then there's heard of couples who like they lie in bed and they go exactly the same time. They're literally holding hands. And they have been together since 15. So like, so we know that yeah, there are some twin flame people, but yeah, when they cross over, but you can also have where let's say you have a twin flame and your twin flame goes crosses over somebody who you really loved. But there's also what we call like, and you're still here in life. God says, I still need you on this earth. There's also called worthy companions. You still can have companionship. Like people who say, I love my wife and she's crossed over, or I love my husband and it's just hard for me to love again because he treated me so well and we never cheated. I never cheated. And so it's hard for me to really date out there like that. Some people don't date at all. They won't date. I'm gonna be by myself till God calls me home. You know, those types of people, like I'm not going, I don't want, I'm not going to do it. Even if I met my soulmate, I still wouldn't do it. And I was like, respect, and don't bring it up again. Now, for me, like, I'm not going to bring up the whole relationship, finding your soulmate. I'm not going to preach to them about, but there's still love for you. You know, no, they said what they said. They meant it. I know when they mean it. But then there's people that's like, you can tell they just kind of nervous about it, but they want to. I could tell psychically. So I say like you can have worthy companion. That means people who are gonna walk with you for a time, and companions happen like that. Like it's someone, it's like a perfect friend, perfect connection, a perfect love of a friend, love of a special connection. And sometimes even it's much more sophisticated than just being friends. Like, oh, I just need companionship. I just like somebody to talk to with in the morning. If I could just have that, that would, you know, would make my life more pleasant. I think about my ex who's obviously who's cross transitioned, you know, but then there's people who are like, oh my gosh. So I fell in love with my companion. I don't know, like the companion is like always there with them, like physically, like uh, coming over and hanging out with them most of the day, most of the week, you know, that kind of bit. So and then it's like you know getting them to understand that it's okay to have that love again, to find love in their relationship again. So as long as you're still here in the earth, you're still meant to have world or life experience, and you shouldn't um you know, well, you shouldn't. I know that's much more easier said than done. Grieve, and properly grieve, properly get a understanding about your love, your twin flame companion on who is on the other side. Get a perspective to that. Give them a personal, physical send off, more so than just a funeral. That helps you with the grieving side so that you can begin opening up to the potential of you know bringing someone a love, a special love, one of a kind into your life. The other one is spiritually understanding that they're in a different vibrational state, and at the same time they can actually be in the same room as you. So you can be sharing the same space and be in the same room as your love who has crossed over. But that love of your life oftentimes is actually saying, it's okay, you know, to date. In fact, I'm gonna be here like making sure you if you're gonna open up and let another woman in your life, that you know, let's say she's gonna make sure that it's a woman who's really gonna look after you, like who can tell you when you're being too much, you know, like so like so it's like a woman who's good, a companion who's good for you, you know, someone like that. So that's the way that I help people, um, you know, to get over, you know, this situation. Like, yeah, there's some very complicated type conversations, like dealing with these uh, people, you know, dealing with the subject of divorce, for example, you know, and things like that, and reasons why one would need to get a divorce, you know, things like that, you know, that Being in an unhappy relationship or unhappy marriage is not spiritual, is what I teach. It's not spiritual. There's no book, not even the good book, that is emphasizing that you stay in a loveless marriage or in an abusive marriage and relationship. There's no such book. And just like when they say, very like religious men essentially will say, if a man putteth away his wife, well, also scripturally written, if the man, or and also if the woman wants to leave her husband or put away her husband, is also written in scripture. So both of them can be right at the same time. So it's not like I got to wait until he decides to, let go and then I can follow after. No, women also can seek for the, as in the Bible it refers to, go to counselors who can, or officials with other word, that women's power is her, or extension of her power is the officials who help her to mediate in these matters of, like, if she wants to leave her husband, divorce her husband, not just leave her husband, but to divorce her husband. So like very serious conversations are related to the, like, twin flames, like people who meet their twin flames in this life, and then of course they're crossing over, and then they're guilty for falling in love again, or they're guilty at the very idea of falling in love again. Is no, it's not spiritual to be unhappy, and you're not making us. There's was needless sacrifice. Think about it. Needless sacrifice. Did universe never ask you to, for your singular entire life, to be in a miserable state of mind, state of relationship, state of sexuality, unfulfilled sexually? The universe never asked that, or even that is a needless sacrifice. You're This is a sacrifice. My way is showing, like, that's what God want me to do. That's what God said. No, he didn't. And spirituality didn't say that. The spirits of fairies didn't even say that. They said, get out of that relationship. You don't belong in it. God said that too. The Bible said that. So the Holy Spirit said that. Like, no one wants, of course, then if you got those two, then you already have the Christ. So, and the prophet's going to follow right after. Martin, Luke, and John are going to follow right after. So yeah, you don't have to be in a loveless situation, a loveless relationship. You know, that's not a requirement. It's a needless sacrifice. And besides, why would you need to sacrifice anything? So you don't need to give concessions, as they say, compromise. No, you don't compromise with your happiness, because what comes along with the whole spiritual thing is being happy. So there's no, you're not compromising. You're either enabling a person to do more of what they're doing, like behavioral wise, if you're in that situation, or you're being gaslit, like we said earlier about the whole, Satan gaslighting Adam and Eve and Adam, actually. Um, yeah. Eve, she shared her apple with Adam, and Adam loved her for it. We know that. We know that's to be a fact. They love each other still to this day. They left together. um, So yeah, it's all of that. It says that the man and the woman will leave the mother and the father. And that's so true. That's exactly what they did. It was God was there, and he was like the mother and the father. That's what it says actually in Genesis. The mother and father says those two words connected. It says, and he and someone else left, we will leave them now. They left and left the man and the woman, the humans, there. And yes, she was gaslit, but whatever she received, she shared it with Adam, and Adam loved her for it. And then the both of them left the mother and father, like it says, and the husband will cleave to the wife, and the wife to the husband, and they will leave the mother and the father. The wife is only connected to, only one she has to listen to, her husband, well, God first, her husband and her dad. So she leaves her dad. She leaves her mom and dad, like just like he leaves his mom and dad, the husband. And and the only reason why, only how he listens in what way, the only way how she listens to her dad is by way of the vows. She keeps her vows or her promises that are instilled between she and her dad. Obviously, it goes God first, the husband, and just like it says the husband. They always say the wife must submit. The wife must, but it also says the husband submits to the wife. That's also in black. That the husband submits to his wife. So if she submits to the husband to if you want to say serve him, and if he submits to his wife, and it says then it goes on to say one wife, then that means he's serving unto his wife. That means he serves his wife. That's what that means, right? So, yep, that's what it means. This is black and white. I'm staring out because I'm reading the scripture as I'm paraphrasing it, but I'm reading it. That's using these exact words that it says. The other part is, so that means, okay, so what points did we get out of this? So she's not having, so the wife doesn't have to listen to anybody. The promises she made to her dad is already in her vows. That's in her heart. And the only one she's listening to is God and her husband. That's it. That's my end point. That was my little closure. Yeah, the wife, she's only listening to her husband, God, obviously God and her husband. That's it. She already have her her promises in her heart. That's it. And the wife submits to the wife. The husband submits to his wife. One wife to add. Yep. Yep. That's crazy. It says, how'd you those both if they were both if they both are dead. Yeah, if they both are dead. If they both are well, they both are crossed over, as you would, well, what they said in life, I should say, what they did in life playing up till their passing. Now, here's the thing, just so you get some clarity about my whole idea of, okay, when they die, but the Bible says that no one is in heaven yet. The heaven that you're all are supposed to go to, that's not even the heaven that you're going to. The heaven that one is going to is actually a heaven that is established on the earth. So it's not like the grandparents died and then goes up into the sky or someplace in heaven, gates of heaven. That's not quite how it goes, because they're supposed to remain, in their own state. Among the dead is the dead, but they're in their own state. Hence, because if they've already crossed up, right? For example, hold on. If they already gone up, whatever, then let me get the storyboard here. Let's see. Then what is this for? If they are, I'm gonna be harsh right now, be straight up. If no matter how lovely they are, they had a beautiful life, they're twin flames. But if they just cross over, then what is this for? That bottom part says judgment. Now that's straight up Bible stuff. That's straight up, just straight up Bible stuff. Now we can be pretty, if we want to be, pretty and be nice, and make everything nice and colorful and bright. Then we'll say leading everything that they said to each other about, hey, I'm not going to cross over until you cross over. I'm gonna wait on you, and I'm gonna let you go first, and then I'm gonna cross over. So, and they actually do that in real time in this, and I mean, because you already heard what they said, and what you see is exactly the way it played out. That's one thing. Now, yes, beyond that, unless they come back and like really like, then how would you even scientifically calculate that, right? Now, if you could take out a recorder and you're recording everything, and they're like, you're like Kalel, and you're looking at this being of light. We're your parents, and yeah, we're in a different form than what you remember, but we just want you to know, that over here it looks like this and it's that. Unless that happens and you're able to record it too, yeah. But what I'm also saying is, according to, so I stopped right where it says they said that they were going to cross over together. Now, with that said, what does they crossing, regardless of what they believe or I believe, the Bible says, because what do any of my language beyond that have to do with this part where it says everything great, and live and small, everything little small is going to what? Have to go through this. Now that's if we just want to be mean. We just want to be mean today and be gray and be morbid, then, but if we want to be spiritual and be light and colorful and everything bright, then yeah, they went over together and it's like two turtle doves, and they just like forever and ever, and they're with their companions, and they're with their other half, and it's just bliss. Okay, so there you go. But either way, again, that's none of my business. What's between? That's why I don't get mixed up with into people's marriages. Now, I read with people who may have an affair. I don't get in the middle of people's marriages. I don't even get in the middle of people's relationships. I only read. I'm very psychic, but even when I'm having these conversations, I don't even go into the bedrooms. They ask me to like questions about the bedroom, in the bedroom. I say, well, I always stop at the door, and I don't tell people like if they're gonna like the experience or not. I say it's your human experience. All I do is guide you to the door, and with whom you both go in the door. You close the door behind you, as far as I'm concerned, and I just help you get there. In other words, but I don't go into the bedroom. I don't go into the marriages. I don't go into definitely don't go into the intimacy. And I definitely don't go into the bathrooms. People have asked. I don't go making measurements of people. I don't do that psychically, uh, um, essentially, or any other way. So I don't go into those areas. I don't use my gifts in that way. People ask, women ask, men ask, but I always let them know. I was like, well, go into these. I don't go into the bedroom. That's how I always word it. And by the way, if we're going to talk about this, I'm going to, in my professional world, I use very, it's going to sound, I always let them know, heads up, it's going to sound very Disney. So you will have to read between the lines. You have to read between the lines. So it'll be very G rated, but at the same time, you should be able to get what I'm saying. I will make it very clear what I'm talking about, but it is going to be respectful, and because this is a spiritual space, and so I'm very careful about like toxic. You know how relations can get pretty toxic. So I'm not even in the bed. So in other words, you're not in the bedrooms. No, I'm not even there. I'm not psychically even there. I'm not even like telling them like what they think they saw, and then validating what they saw, because they haven't seen anything yet, because they haven't imagined it. I don't even do, I don't do anything of that sort. Just saying, just saying. But, and on the other hand, however, I do help sort of, I guess, like guide people with to their number one, whoever it is. If the number, but the however, I don't bind people together. Like I don't. Like I'm not over here like getting two candles and wrapping it up in, in silk ribbons and making people. No, no, no. That's not what I do. What I do is, first of all, I check them out to see if that's what they want, and if she likes him, then I can continue. But like if I'm reading a place and she's like, I've been like psychic good. Maybe you can get some sense into him. I've been trying to tell him I'm not interested, but he's not hearing me out. So then I hear that psychically, and then I relate. Like, look, this was a little bit difficult. She's not really trying to have a relationship. She doesn't even seem to really even want to do anything. Like you might find that she is very difficult to even be have like a personal private time with her because she may not just simply not be interested. She may not even want this right now. She may not even be interested in in that way. Though she may like maybe spending time to time. She may like how you communicate with her, things like that. Like some real hard stuff is almost like so. It's like, but some people interpret that as so I'm being rejected in real life, and now I'm being rejected in the spirit world. Wow. So some psychic is now like psychically rejecting me. Wow. Like wow, you have the nerve. Like, are you sure? Something like is there a crack in your crystal ball where you could have gotten this wrong? Because they tell me these things, and I'm like, but we're reading to the heart of things that they don't get to hide in the, I call it the astral realm. It is like this is what I'm gonna see. It is what it is. This is why she doesn't like telling you things, phone things on the phone. Never want to meet up with you in person. Never meet up with you in person. Doesn't allow you to come over. Doesn't allow you to know her number. You know, weird stuff and things that I shouldn't know. Like I'm speaking this as a matter of fact. It's like they're like, yeah. I was like, have you visited her? When was the next time you visited her? Well, I don't really visit her. It's just some person I see from time to time. Um, so that's how well a lot of times my readings can go. You see how crazy that got? That sound crazy, like almost nutty. So I'm just saying, not everybody wants to be a psychic. Because like somebody, can you imagine somebody claiming to be spiritual or a prophet, and they're like telling him keep chasing because when you find, like they may say, when you find it a wife, you find it a good thing, and not even hearing her spiritually say, but though she is a wife, he is not her husband. So yeah, it gets pretty crazy. Rejection only rejection. Rejection is only redirection. See rejection a different way. Women don't deal with rejection well, and that's why I was asked. The woman asked if the man should initiate because she said, "Well, I don't initiate." I said women should not. I said women should not initiate. Well, you know that some women do initiate, but when it comes in the form of like women and divine feminine, man, and then male divinity, the men initiate because men have the burden of approaching a woman and being rejected. We know, unfortunately, this is not a good representation of men, as a monolith, because men have a hard time, as I'm hearing a lot more. Even I've grown up young, and so men have a hard time uh, with some men, maybe even most sometimes, because it's serious, dealing with no or dealing with the rejection of a woman, and or keep nagging a woman until she gets with him, and then she gets with him, but it was like a relationship that was never meant to be. and no love. And it was like, I knew I shouldn't have got with you. I knew what kind of person you was. I just needed to see it, you know. But yeah, women, it's like I told my client, I say, yeah, leave the burden to let him pick up the burden of rejection, you know, because men don't want to be in a position, because he's like, it's a matter of, do women chase the man? It's like, well, men don't really like to be in a position where they say no. That sounds too weird. Like, women can, I mean, men can be told no, or should be able to be told no or rejected, but men probably don't want to be the one. Like, I mean, it sounds, I mean, it's strange. Like, some men, like, yes or no, the man is like, no, or well, you know, I can't, you know. So you're, it's like rejecting. Are you rejecting? Are you declining the date? Or you declining coming out for a drink with me? It's like, yeah, I'm not, it's not gonna, you know. Well, you know, can we talk about something else to make me all feel weird? So it's like, I'm like rejecting a woman. I don't want to feel like I'm saying no, you know. So it's very, so it's more like the guy took up the burden. It's just better, and of course it's traditional that the guy actually will initiate. I told her, I said, if the guy does not initiate, don't pursue him. And what I mean by pursue, women do their own kind of pursuit, which is show the signal that she's interested in the kingdom, in the animal kingdom, in nature. So the woman will send a signal that gives the man permission to pursue further. But he needed to initiate for she to send her signals. And if you tell him, like what's the what's later, uh hold on, it's the spider, the widow, the black widow. She's like, no, let's go straight to where I eat your head. You know, like, if look, he knows that's rejection. Like, oh, whoa, well, straight to dinner and nothing else. No foreplay. No, not even a massage. Okay, that's okay. You don't like me, fine. So he goes the other way before she even gets started. You know, she's like, you know, like, let's eat. You know, she got her fork and spoon. She's got napkins. You know, so he knows to get out of Dodge. So yeah, you know, so he should initiate, so that he can have the burden of the decline or the rejection from her. So he's not having to feel, you know, bad about, you know, making it into a big deal that he has to, if he has to reject or decline the offer or say no. So that way, if takes this on, then he'll say, yeah, today I tried. I gave my best pitch. I struck out. She said no. Okay. I'll try. I'll do better. See where I need some things I need to work on, and maybe the next mating, you know, call. You know, when he, you know, I guess as a response, maybe that, he'll be more ready. You know, equate their worth to the beauty of someone they like as a validation. Yeah, those types right there. I always say, you know, all those cannot be perfect and beautiful relationships. But oftentimes, like, we can say that when you get old, you get kind of bloated and your six pack, you know, isn't very well defined anymore. And, you know, you kind of worried about, like, where your hair, like, where the strands of your hair lay. You know, you don't mind, you have a little bitty bump. You start saying stuff like, yeah, sadly, guys equate their worth, you know, on beauty. But when you in shape and everything is in the right place, you hope that guy is, please be beautiful, please be beautiful, please be beautiful, please be beautiful. Oh yay! Like you struck, like it was like beauty lottery. So, like, yeah, like when you young and you popping, like everything popped in the right place. Are you saying, yeah, I want, you want to be pursued by a pretty guy, or you want to pursue by a not so pretty guy? The not so pretty guy, you be running off. You be like asking him, you know, to get his rear end tucked underneath them by another guy's shoe print, or you say something to the effects of like, Go ahead, go on buckwheat. You got buckwheat and everything. So you don't want a not so pretty guy, but you want him to be pretty. I'm just saying. I mean, but you're right. When you start really contemplating actual real relationships, yeah, you want she okay, so we're gonna talk about his beauty, his sense of beauty. His idea of beauty is gonna be what's appealing to him. But if he's only thinking that he needs to be like you talk about the beauty sex world. The beautiful people have the sex world and the online world. If he wants just that, you know, and he's trying to create sort of these types of side relationships that are sort of engineered to where it's about each other meeting up. They got to keep it in, for maybe 12 months if he's lucky, and they just keep in contact, you know, and but they both know the rules though. If I'm the psychic with her, I always make sure she knows the rules. Like, look, this is what it is. This is the rules that you got to play by. Because it's like, okay, it's not a problem. I just need to. I wouldn't mind if all he want to do is just hook up. I don't mind that. I just want to know what the rule is. If those are the rules, I can live by. For now, I'm okay with those rules. I'm not right now. I may be perfect for my lifestyle anyway, cause like I have my job. But every now and then, she's got to get it off. Like he has to. And now, how to make this come together. So I work with those types of readings as well. Right. And when she mean that, she's not talking about the guy that everybody else don't want either. She's not talking about that guy. I'm so sorry to say it like that. But that's the way she's talking to me in my ear as I'm listening. She's letting me know, it can't be somebody, who can't wipe his butt. Like his pants is always falling. Like it's like halfway above his crack. He can't be somebody like that. She's not looking for that. You know, she's looking for. I mean, so to speak. Somebody unpleasant. I'm trying to describe a description of someone who she finds unpleasant, somebody unattractive man. She's not looking for that. She's not looking for just somebody who happens to have the ability to get a stiffy to sleep. That's not what she's looking for. She want a hot guy that she just seems attractive for her, and she don't want to. She's not saying that it couldn't happen, because women don't typically say straight up. I don't want. I'm not thinking of like someday marriage or someday a companionship. But they will say, I'm not interested in marriage anyway. I'm a career woman and I've already been married. Like they'll say it like something to that effect. I'm looking for companionship. That's what they'll say. Be sure to add that. Guys typically don't say I'm looking for companionship. I've already got the life I want. I got everything that I need. Guys will say it in a different way, obviously, but it means the same thing. They want somebody in their life who they're attracted to. He says, we will fix our relationships. We're going to fix our relationships and still move. And he is even still in the mood. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he even still in the mood. Still in love? Yeah, does he know more than he is telling me and hiding something? Exactly. Is that right there? People will ask, or is the man hiding something? I get asked that a lot. Is he hiding something? Or is she hiding something? What is she not telling me? Because sometimes, yeah, but sometimes she told him, especially if it's a man. Usually a woman will tell a man, hey, like, you can't come over. You can't be coming over anytime you want. Okay, well then why does he get to? It, that's none of your business. It's none of your business why he gets to. So he comes in the house. He's in there. His car's over there. It's late at night, and the guy will be asking like, "So what are they doing over there? I don't see any lights on." Well, did they go out and take her car and go out for dinner at 3 a.m. in the morning or breakfast? So it's like, sometimes, we just takes us a little while to, to kind of get it. Yeah, it takes us sometimes, so we got sometimes, you got to let some things kind of catch up, where people can put their finger on it. Like, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I think she might be seeing somebody else, but I don't even want to say it. Like, she might be, holding you at a distance. That's the worst feeling, like being he- uh, held at a distance, and you really like her, but she's um, not letting him like do anything symbolically that ties him into her world. But then another guy seems to have that connection. That is a certain, that's pretty certain right there, that, like, man, you can we let go of her, and can we please, like, all these women out here, all I can think of is all these women outnumbering men. I know that some women aren't even into men, but I mean, but there's like enough of women who are into men. And like when women say, which is heartbreaking, when women say there's no men out here, and all these, as you said earlier, beautiful men who are looking for women. So it's like, gosh, if only we could just get you all in one room, and then see what happens. Just to see what happens. But it's like you said in this question, like, uh, can't quite put it together. But what's like, I'm ready for this person, he or she, and it's like, why? Okay, why are we moving yet? Why isn't this train not moving? We're still standing still. I'm like, yeah, like they have time to talk to me for an hour, and that train still isn't moved. That's not a good sign. It's a hot as something. Yeah. Is he talking to someone? Yeah, yeah, definitely. It says about to exit. Yeah, I got the yeah, 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 yeah. Good, 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 good. Everybody can exit. No, we're just talking about some random things. We were in a conversation thread. It was like we kind of went around the horse track a bit. So, we talked about a little bit of everything, people. So yeah. Um, and this recent last piece, we were talking about the relationships between, like, we trailed off from, like, what makes twin flames, and twin flame. What if one dies and you're stuck over here without your twin flame, and then what does that now mean for you? And does that mean, like, you wait till you die, and you join your twin flame? Like, no, you keep living. Like, no. And then I went into no one, not even fairy or angel, asking anyone to be in an unpleasant situation when it comes to your heart or relationship. Yeah, and then, so then we went into kind of like picking on everybody who's rich, who's struggling. So we kind of picked on some of the men, we picked on women. Yeah, of course, we talked about the straighties, we talked about the gays. I think somehow we squeezed them in here too. We don't know where exactly, but somehow they're in here. We talked about relationships that in which you're gaslit to believe it's a relationship, but it's really not. Yeah, we talk about a little bit of everything. You need to go. D- don't wait up for me. It's noon where I'm at. It's just noon. It's lunchtime where I'm at. Okay, okay. I'm gonna head off to then. I'm going to then, Mary.